What do you make it with?
I bought like some pre-made tomato pasta sauce as a base, and then I added red beans and more tomato stuff, really. And was like, yeah. I mean, last time it didn't taste very tomatoey, so now I'm putting in tomato stuff instead of water to get more sauce. And now it just tastes entirely like tomatoes. So mission accomplished, I guess.
You just like use tomato puree or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that stuff is strong, though.
Yep.
I like to add just a bunch of garlic. Really,
Yeah,
stuff's pretty good.
the thing is, if I buy like actual garlic, I'm not gonna use it before it spoils, so it feels bad to buy.
So,
Like you
buy a bag, there's like 3 little bulbs in there.
Yeah, but I use like a quarter bulb before the rest are just
Oh,
not usable anymore.
okay, that makes sense.
I bought like garlic powder a while ago, but
Pretty mild.
you just don't taste that at all. Like I can put in like half the thing and it doesn't taste like garlic. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, sheep. Now you try talking really loud and see if there's an echo.
Really loud. That is gonna be difficult because I hate shouting and my neighbor's gonna knock on the walls. I don't hear an echo, so I think you're fine.
Okay, I see a slight, just like a tiny dump on the microphone sometimes. Oh, hey, Isakawa. Sheep and I are just talking, and since you're in chat, could you just tell me? No, it seems fine. Good, excellent. Ah, it's so long since we did this now that
Oh yeah.
like the whole thing. If you wanna connect to the thing though, I mean, I'm showing it on stream here, just the basic view of our little game.
Yeah,
Overworld. Hello.
I should remember how this all works. I haven't started map tools in like 3 weeks, which is not something I've done for the past 10 years.
Isn't that kind of crazy though?
Yeah.
It's been 10 years since I haven't used this software for a week. I'm getting old.
I mean, campaigns always have breaks and sessions that get cancelled, but I can't remember the last time where both campaigns I play weekly, or weekly-ish, have a break at the same time. Huh.
Yeah.
No, Isakawa, I believe by definition you're professional once Menaka gets paid.
Once you get paid, you're a professional.
Yeah.
We're just enthusiastic hobbyists.
I mean, if you play like ads every 10 minutes, maybe you get like a few cents.
I don't know what it is.
Per month.
I tried to watch a YouTube video on her console. And they follow a different scheme of ads that, like, the creator doesn't decide how many ads are on the content on the console. I don't know what does, but it was like 2 30-second ads every 10 minutes on pretty much anything. It was unwatchable.
Oh boy.
There we go. No reason to run my own stream in the background. I'll begin recording once we actually get ready to start. We're connected. Server is up. It's a while since we've been here. I think the IP should be the same as always. Should be a pinned message if nothing else.
I am in fact connected.
Good. Exciting. All seems to work. Everyone's here. Oh.
It is quite funny. Like, this is session 105? Question mark?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
I made the stream the right thing, but you know, that doesn't matter unless I upload it.
No, that's not at all what I meant. But I mean,
it is 105. Yeah.
In this campaign alone, we've met 105 times, and today we're like, oh god, it's a miracle. Java works. Everyone has internet. praise the Lord, even though we've as a whole we must have met and used Java like approaching the 4 digits at this point. Just that is mind-boggling.
Well, a role player lives many lives.
Most of those have ended tragically.
Yeah. Or inconclusively, in my experience.
Inconclusively.
I'll say I've played a lot of campaigns now the last 10 years, or however long we've been doing this, 13 years, something like that. And those have mostly actually had an ending. But before that, I played a lot of campaigns that went maybe from 1 to 3rd level with grand aspirations that then just petered out. For one reason or another. Mostly that sort of grass is greener over there. The DM's tired of DMing. Time to do another thing,
I think we are we as our larger group of role players are very spoiled with how we've experienced and hopefully will experience tabletop role playing games in the future. I think I've talked about some of the other groups I've played with before, where it's like, oh, let's not play the game we've scheduled. Let's do a one shot for like 2 sessions that goes nowhere and nobody has any fun with. How does that sound? And then they do that, and yeah, and then the other game just gets forgotten, and nothing ever ends.
And then you become the DM, and then you're here. 13 years later, still doing it.
I have not known you for 13 years, Manikai. I have not been role-playing with you for 13 years.
It was a random guesstimate that I chose to stick with.
I mean, Age of Darkness was 2009, wasn't it?
No! It was not 2009.
It was like 2018,
It's also, why is it you go on the opposite end of the spectrum? Why do you lie to sheep?
It feels like it was very long ago.
I mean, it was, but let's not do the fantasy thing where, 1,000 years ago something happened and it's still relevant today. No, it wouldn't be.
1994.
Just these
when
last
the
2
internet
years
was fresh.
They say the first message in a chat room was from Manikai saying, "Hello, people. I'm looking for some players."
That's not true, because I know for a fact that Manikai never responds to any messages.
Here we go.
I used to be young, But then I had to log into my email every time I wanted to log into Twitch, and then I didn't for half a decade. So. And now Discord exists that makes a big, like, a number that makes me annoyed. So I have to go look at the messages. Otherwise,
I just pulled up a random clip off of Griffin God's channel. I joined that campaign in the fall of 2012, and we played through it until like 2013-ish, where we had an ending in part because Griffin God's life was changing and he wouldn't have the availability. Yeah. And also just the campaign was just like reaching an end, so we had our final confrontation where Thorak the Ineffable ran off into the woods, and Uzmak Okertangle Jake was away, and I rolled like 2 or 3 20s on Tharthagrim.
2012 was pretty close to 29.
Please do not make this old man continue to be the historical chronicler.
Ooh, what? In my year? Oh.
And Summer of Fun was the summer of 2013. That's the first. That is my first game ever.
Yes, which is why you have also not been running MapTool for 13 years, unless you've been lying to us this entire time.
I don't know where you got this 13-year thing from.
13 age, I don't know where you're going over here.
Age 13 is when you consider something relevant.
Okay.
What? Nooks to all the tweens out there? No, that's not true.
I've had 2 semesters of German, and I still don't understand where you're coming from some days.
I've had a lot of semesters of German.
Yeah,
Of course, you'd need to as you look fearfully over there towards the south,
I
or
mean, you
hopefully.
know.
Yeah.
So hi, I haven't spoken to you Euros in some time. Glad
I
you're still
know.
alive.
It's crazy. The weather's cooled down, so that's all we need to say about that. Yeah, it's a new era.
A new era. I've spent 2 days being sick. I am sitting up for the first time. Hey.
Yeah.
Oh,
A
I'm
new
glad you're
era,
able to be here.
so different from the world as it was 13 years ago.
Yeah, objectively true, but you know. Ah,
Oh,
man.
wow. Look at this token picture.
And hello, viewers joining us through Manakai.
Yeah, the
What's biz?
Manakai is here. Yeah. Tina found me she heard that people had said my bird was a bit aggressive, so she found me another picture. I haven't begun using it yet because it's like a drawn art picture, and I don't want
Okay.
people to think that I commissioned it because I sure didn't. So
I like the bird though.
yeah. Well, he's still the bird. He's just a different looking, cartoon-ish bird, right? But we'll
Yeah,
maybe
I
we'll see that
guess-
in the future.
I guess it is a new era, and you've been using that bird for at least 13 years.
At least since the Goblin, you know.
I will say the big picture of the bird when it's full screen is sort of you're like, oh wow.
See, that's what the chat said. They were like,
Yeah, it's like
when it's full
Well-
screen, it's a bit much, and I was like, oh, I mean, I guess I never really look at it myself that way. So
Listen, Manakai's avatars, with the exception of like jaunty Christmas hats, or perhaps a bit jaunt as like a Gripply, have either been like the dour, like red-eyed goblin, or this fucking in-your-face bird.
I mean,
That's
the
where
thing
we've
is,
gone.
on this small picture, he looks kind of cute and sort of derpy. On the big one, it's sort of intimidating.
oh yeah, he's staring into
I-
your soul, judging.
I do not think cute describes that. That's
Oh,
an
dude,
eye of the beholder
Look at
thing.
him. These little stupid eyes looking each way. Well, maybe it is eye of the beholder.
Speaking of beholders, what's today's date session gonna be between Harry,
Oh, yeah.
Harry, your dragon, and
Is that a new segment? We have to have a date every. Someone has to have a.
yeah, your dragon must have read
One-on-one.
some books on that, yeah. How you're gonna woo Gedra into being your buddy.
I'm trying to think of like tropes I can reference from dating sims, but I actually don't remember them that much.
I mean, with Gedra, I think one trope is very true. It's that love goes through the stomach, however it goes.
Yeah.
The best way to a beholder's heart is through its stomach.
Exactly. There we go.
Yeah, to me, I feel like adventurers could take that in a grim way also.
Do beholders have hearts?
So I've got my notes open for last session, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember any of these things.
I have some notes as well.
I trust myself that they happened. They must have happened. Like these things occur.
What is a
Like
Emisure
I-
finds a pirate treasure with 10,000? Well, okay, sure.
yeah, Emisary leaders here on a lark befriends Gedra after visiting him and then inviting him to a 10-day feast. I'm like, yeah, I went to Westgate. That happened.
Yeah.
Valignith integrated Thunderholm, and you can see
Yes.
the Dragon Fane has a new portrait. What kind of name change is coming for the Dragon Fane, by the by? Or have you still not decided on that?
The Dragon Fane is gonna remain under that name, but that is going to be the location. But its factions, on the other hand, will have a name change.
Okay.
That we'll get to in a little while.
All right, cool.
One step at a time. Anyway, sounds
Sure.
like I'm gonna start the recording now because we're sort of moving towards game talk. So hello YouTube, recording started. There we go. Now, in case this VOD breaks, we have that.
This is session 105.
Yeah, the big 105, as they say. It only happens
Cool.
once in a campaign.
Who
I'm
says
going-
that?
I'm gonna let folks know in Haldemir and Rahal's Discord
Oh.
that you're up and running.
I always forget that.
You need to become more of a pro, like that.
I mean, to be fair, I have a lot of things going on here.
I understand. It's the primary reason why I don't like to live broadcast roleplay session.
Yeah.
Well, I handled the recap 3 weeks back. Who's got it this time?
I mean, you basically just did a recap.
Yeah, but it wasn't on the recording.
Oh, that's true. All right, I'll do the recap number 2 for the recording. Last week, Emmy learned what a beholder is.
Last week. Nice.
For YouTube, it's last week. All right.
For YouTube, it was 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
people binging this.
For the binge watchers. Last week, Emmy investigated what the hell a beholder is, because she wanted to know more about Getra and Westgate. She went there, explored the city a bit, had a bit of an ogre snack, got led around by some dude who conveniently showed up and led her to Getra's lair. The two had a bit of a talk, with a lot of similarities, predators and such. And basically, Getra wanted to see what the forest is all about, so invited himself, or suggested a meeting, a picnic in Emmy's forest, and that's going to happen, I suppose, or happened. I think
It already
It
happened.
did, yeah.
Yeah,
Imizure was willing to entertain him for 10 days. He stayed 12.
yeah, it's very impolite.
He's that guest.
Valignov finally gave an ultimatum to Thunderholm and basically said, "Yo, you are mine now, and you can't disagree." And they didn't disagree a lot, so that went smoothly. So they are now part of his faction, and he has great plans indeed. There was also a meeting between Valignov and the Cicatrix, I believe. Or was that the week before? It's been some time. I think that was last session.
It was last mission.
Yeah, where Valignov tried to squeeze the Cicatrix about Westgate a bit to get any information that would be useful for the inevitable attack on the Black Network, because they've been working together with Faye, and we don't appreciate that. And during that conversation, there was also the topic of the Black Dread. What really is the Black Dread? Yeah, it's an inherited title, but what is it? What does it mean?
What it really means is freedom.
Exactly. Also a bit of that and this, and yeah, no real conclusion to that conversation. And I believe that about summarizes it.
Or Cicatrix investigated the Warm Hill to sort of try to get a grasp of what the hell the Avatar of Nobanion's doing
right,
there, so
Yes.
close to the fort. There's also what's happening in the Gulfmere Forest. Cindermoon, the nominal head of the Emerald Enclave, has scheduled a grand meeting to be in the Hill Range that's south of the Gulfmere, where all the various separate individuals and the conclave itself of the Emerald Enclave can go, and they can finally understand what Cindermoon's drive and purpose is, and they can ask her their questions. A friendly Q&A. It's totally what's going to be. Q&A.
I'm sure it's going to be very, very coherent and level-headed.
The Chosen of Umberly was invited as well. You'll notice that the fleet of Umberly is crept closer. But they might also just be there to abuse Westgate too.
I've noticed the Dragon Turtle has
I
gone
know.
there
I'm
as well.
looking oh no! I wanted the dragon turtle.
It's been sitting near Masemba over there for a
No.
while, and nobody approached
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, for
It's
40
dragon and
sessions.
turtle. So it's like a few letters. So all you need to know. You see it, and you're like, no, yeah, that's it's like a triceratops. It's like, yeah, I want that.
Used to be a young dragon turtle.
What was it? The one that visited Valignov?
Yeah.
Yeah, same one. During the lair assault, there was a young dragon turtle who was visiting the lair, but nobody ever talked to it.
One other thing of note, I don't specifically have this in my notes, but I remember this. The Black Network almost has the goods on the dragons being involved with the whole ritual thing that Faye's looking into about Yaffle. They got all the message, the full thing, but they misplace the cipher. Something happened to the cipher in transit. And so if you look at the clock, it's halfway filled. Sort of fully filled.
Yes. Once we get into that area of the clock, it means that has discovered there is a connection between dragons and Yaffle. Whatever that is, they don't yet know, but it is a rather it is a concrete thing they can look into at that time. Which might mean they show up more often to talk to you and look at you.
Even more often.
You say, like, they show up more often?
Listen, I've literally got Egelich in my basement right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, you haven't really let him leave. He's perfectly happy to go home.
And a renegade, and
There's so much Faye.
Yeah, weirdly enough, the renegades know a little bit more than Faye, but not that much more.
See, guys, if we just helped Cormyr out, then Cormyr could be a counterbalance to Faye. Like, we've got about this all wrong.
Just imagine.
I mean, if one of us, and I'm not pointing at anyone in particular, were to become the Black Dread, then
they would have all the resources of Cormyr plus an army of black dragons.
exactly.
Right.
Genius idea.
All right, we were gonna punch Severios in the face, maybe potentially. It's something that was discussed last session between you two.
I did consider, like, if the champion of or chosen of Umberlee survives this auspicious meeting, I wonder if he wants his orb back, because I'm certainly willing to tell him where it is.
I don't think the chosen of Umberlee is going to have a problem with Storm commanding.
That's true.
Also, your phrasing there makes it sound like this meeting is going to be like the next Dread wedding. Everyone dies.
I just
An infamous feast.
Cindermoon has showed a lot of interest in chosen people, and how she can siphon power from them. And they're coming now.
Oh boy.
I'm sure it'll be great.
Yeah. On this note, let's see what the dragon's actually trying to accomplish. We have currently 5 goals: integrate the Emerald Enclave and the Verdant Eclipse into one, which is steadily chugging along. We have mislead the Thean expedition to reduce their progress, which was, arguably some effort were made to do that, though progress wasn't really reduced as much as hindered. There's secure an Earth moat worthy of Velignith, which, really it's completed when Velignith finds something he's happy with.
That's not true. That being easy is a lie.
Statistically.
The difficulty is equal to your pride.
Oh shit!
It's like a.
There's a new goal.
You're like that's a story with an easily readable moral to it. Then we have integrate the Sleepers Council into the Mart, which we haven't really gotten started on that much, and reestablish the giant ritual sites, which we have begun working on. Certainly, there is no faction. Arguably, you could say the Death King is a faction, but he's not really on our board since he's stuck below. There is no faction currently in the Giant Run Mountains that is not controlled by you. Those mountains belong to you in their entirety, and that's if nothing else an achievement, right? There's been a lot of things in there.
With this one open goal slot, a suggestion for the two of you. It's something all 3 of us have an interest in, and it's to destroy this region's black network.
Yes. A subjugate. Then we can swallow them.
I don't know about subjugating. Can you really subjugate? They were under the rulership of the Zentarum, for Christ's sake, right?
Black Network is far-reaching. They're all the way in the Anarok Desert, or currently Netheril. They're all the way to the east in Bashaman, and they go pretty much everywhere. I think I mean you can capture their resources in the region certainly, but to entirely
Yes.
destroy them from the world would be
No, that's
a
not.
greater difficulty. I think
That would be
yeah,
why I said this region's.
yeah.
What do you think, Sheep?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the goals. But it's going to be one of those that we will definitely not accomplish like in the short term, I think.
I wanted to do it, like, provided like I don't die today's session. Like that's something I wanted to get cracking on immediately.
All right. Yeah, sure. Let's do it then.
Because it
Yeah.
obviously is overwhelming. Like that threat's still looming over us.
It's looming for sure. My thought was just that
yeah.
there's a few like intermediate steps that could be taken, like removing the Church of Bane as they're sort of allied with them first. They're a more convenient target currently, but we could go straight for the Black Network and not dilly-dally there.
The Church of Bane doesn't really like it doesn't really matter. Like that's not like a threat for us.
I would like to see them gone. I don't know if I'm comfortable moving all my resources to Westgate if they're sitting,
Well, the thing is, like, they've been gone once before, and then more came back because worshippers of Bane are everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, they got deleted once by the Cult of Cyric and, like, the Red Banner host. And now they're back again because...
Yeah, let's go for the Black Network.
So my suggested phrasing would be to banish the Black Network from the region, and that would be a hard goal because there is, I mean, obviously a powerful faction opposing that action. They don't want to be banished. Is that workable with you?
I accept that phrasing.
Yes,
Sounds a
that's
bit too
fair.
pious for me, but very well.
Having the backing of Thay generally makes things difficult.
I cast you back to the Shadow Realm!
All right. Then we will go with that. Good. A lot of things are going to happen this year, so let's just begin jumping into things then. I suppose it makes sense that you get a little bit of news first, since it might not directly concern you, but might still give you context as to what other factions might begin doing.
Did the year actually end last session? I'm just curious, like, I don't remember.
I don't remember either, but I have rolled it into my history update. So if it
All
didn't,
right.
we were at least in winter.
Okay.
So for the ease of it, let's say it did.
All right.
Then
Got it.
we can take it from there. Yeah, and if that's not correct, then I guess last year
You've made it correct. God said that a year has passed.
Yeah.
Those are the rules.
it's done. We have plenty of years to go through. At least like 20 more.
No, my
so-
dragon's running out of time.
At least like 20 more.
At least 20 more. Oh no.
Exactly 20. What?
No, 13 years more, and then
I hate you.
Then things get relevant.
that's when things start to matter.
We're done with the tutorial. All right, so in news, the beginning of this year, around Westgate, clerics or I suppose you wouldn't really, I mean, you wouldn't call them, I guess there are clerics, yeah, of Umberlee, will give a proclamation. Every season, each soul must throw a gold coin into the sea or suffer the wrath of Umberlee. That is anyone who lives close enough to the sea that they can throw a stone and hit it. Of course, including anyone who swims in it, fishes in it, sails on it, utilizes it in any way, shape, or form. It has not yet been expanded to include any other bodies of water, though Umberlee certainly could. Mostly Umberlee rules the seas, more so than the lakes and ponds and, whatever other little bits. But so far, that is the proclamation. At first, in Westgate particularly, so you get your news from mostly, there's some consternation. Not a lot of people have a gold piece just sort of to throw into the sea. But some people that did hurried to do it pretty much immediately, and some even threw more than one, thinking that if they show themselves to be most dedicated to Umberlee, maybe they will be spared for the punishment while everyone else will get to have it. Some people have also been thinking that, yeah, how's Umberlee going to single them out? While others are worried that Umberlee isn't going to single anyone out, but is going to sort of collectively punish as long as somebody doesn't do it, which seems almost guaranteed.
Yes,
How this
that
develops
seems
is
reasonable.
unknown, but it gives sort of an air of fright. So everyone sort of tries to, if nothing happens, you don't want to throw your gold in the harbor, right? But if something does happen, you want to have done it soon enough that it doesn't seem like, it's a choice. I suppose the dragons. Actually, I'll ask you: do you throw a gold coin in the harbor?
Me?
I mean,
See here. I
Me?
don't think Volignif lives close
Oh.
enough to the
No,
sea.
he doesn't.
are
We're sick of
rivers
picking
considered part of the sea? I don't think they are they?
What is?
Rivers.
No, generally not part of the sea.
Yeah, then this really doesn't concern me.
All right.
Yeah, Emmys are lead with your throws like a prisoner into the sea. She'll do that like once a year. Like, what's better than the gold piece? Someone who's displeased me. Here you go.
I mean, technically, the value of a prisoner, it has value. So
That's right.
hope that doesn't catch on in Westgate. But that works. Because then you have a
She-
depopulation problem all of a sudden.
You figure the dragon's like, I'm not gonna take any like money from my hoard, but like I can one up. Yeah, I can do this.
Yeah.
Just toss people into that damn body of water before displeasing her.
Yeah, I think having a big part of the mark to be like Vesigetrix has her own like underwater combatants that I connect. I think she would actually she might actually throw some gold in, because the alternative, she employs a lot of pirates or ex-pirates.
Mhm.
And she's very cool, but she's not a deity. And they probably still have been, I imagine, as most pirates do, worshipping Umberlee. And he would certainly not make them stop now that there's proof of it's like, that seems good. Keep doing that.
Mistress, all of your Sahagwin have been found dead on the beach.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like water. I
I mean, to be fair, your sea creature allies probably mostly worship some weird frog demon thing, but
Oh yeah.
like, who cares? Who knows? It's not studied
No, I'm
tribal frog
talking
religion.
more about the original marked was pirates.
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, technically, the fleet of Umberlee is what became of the captain's council. I've been
Yeah.
sailing slowly towards Westgate. Right? Few stops along the way. Something that isn't news, but maybe is particular news, that the reportings of this sightings of this flying iron obelisk appearing in a cloud of fog, spreading across the land and disappearing with people from the coasts, have stopped since the appearance of the fleet of Umberlee.
Hey, that's great.
So that is, there's no new news on that front, basically, which by
Oh
itself
yeah.
is somewhat news.
Didn't we
Yeah.
hear last time something about a killer whale bullet or something? Underwater beast.
That's right, destroying Avaleth.
Yeah, he's destroying apples. I love this. Hail Umberlee. Spark apparition. Like, yeah, yes, I agree.
I can get behind this. Yeah. On the northern front, I suppose it might be. Yeah, this is actually a faction thing, but I think we'll just take it now because it might be relevant to what you want to. So Velignith, there is a couple of visitors from the north arriving at the Dragonfang.
Visitors. All right. Oh, those guys. I know them.
2 black dragons come flying. They arrive at night as they like to do. Having clearly flown far as they land in the center. Is Velignith to be found? Like, does he? I guess he doesn't sit there at night usually.
No, probably not at night.
He'll be reported
If
that
it's
2 black dragons have arrived. It's the ones that visited us some years ago. He thinks they've grown a slight bit, but it's dragons. So.
who can really tell?
Mhm.
Yeah. If it's like early night, then it would probably still be out and about, organizing things within the Fane. You know, the recent integration and whatnot. Making attack plans. Although maybe that campaign hasn't quite started yet. But yeah, Velignith will make his way up to the plateau of the Dragonfang.
Sure. He sees the one dragon, mostly Corsaval here, mostly sitting bored, looking around, a bit dull-witted as he appears, while the other one, Velnerix, a smaller and sort of very swift dragon, with slight red tinge on his frills, is just looking around, taking in the change of scenery. Most things as he remembers, but some things have changed. He awaits the arrival of Velignith.
Yeah, as Velignith exits the tunnel of the Dragonfang into the, dark plateau, there's probably like a torch or two just more or less active. But when he comes and exits, he'll put on a bit of a dramatic show as he'll make the fire flare up, give some proper light in the plateau to make himself very much visible and not be in this gloomy darkness that the Black Dragons prefer.
Mm-hmm.
They are in his territory now. There will be light.
Velnerix twitches uncomfortably, looking at the flaring braziers as we see Velignith illuminated in the orange flaming shaping light. Maybe even like a surge of heat coming as he arrives. So Velnerix just sort of will give a draconic bow, moving his front legs down and sort of laying his head down before sitting up again. Lord Velignith, I have come once again to you with a message from my master Sebrius.
Velignith shakes his head ever so slightly as he says, "Well, that's disappointing, I suppose, but what is the message?"
The Shadow Plague wishes to meet with you to discuss a joint operation against Comia. His preparations are ready. He has strengthened himself far beyond what he used to. He will gather his minions, and soon, when Comia least expects it, and while this shadow falls over it, he will take his throne.
So let me get this straight. After last time, we've had a very nice conversation about how you Black Dragons like to act, how whoever goes first will take the brunt of the betrayal and such. I'm expected to do exactly that? Or would Severus see me as his peer? I find that unlikely, which only leaves that he would also want me as one of his minions. I have to say, none of those options seem particularly tolerable, even.
The Night Flame does not wish to subjugate you at this moment. The shadow does not go to the northern part of this coast. The gestures up behind him. He sort of doesn't want to say dares only, but says desires only the land the shadow touches.
So what is my role meant to be in this proposed cooperation?
To strike at the cities of the coast. But he wishes to inform you of this himself, either offering a meeting at his home, the pits, the black pits of the swamp, or perhaps, if you would prefer, the southern Stormhorns. That too would be a neutral ground, the border between your future territories.
Perhaps you weren't aware of it, but this very place is a neutral ground. So why would he not deem myself worthy enough to come to this place instead? A place intentioned for exactly that, meetings between our kind.
Him going to the lairs of those he visits are usually seen as a prelude to death.
Well, you must understand that this is not my lair. This is a temple dedicated to the Queen of Dragons.
Oh, yes. Jackson answers, of course. You should say it.
I would think that he would not dare threaten the Queen of Dragons now, would she?
The master of all colors. He believes himself to be her blessed by the Queen.
Then it seems only appropriate that he should visit.
Well, Erickson looks at his head and says, you do not wish to meet him at another location.
Why not?
I don't know. I'm not Sebrius, nor do I read his mind. I simply carry his messages.
Then you will carry this message. The message being an invitation to visit this very temple of the Queen of Dragons, as if he considers himself a chosen of hers, which I have no opinion about, it should seem only appropriate. We can discuss things here. I do hope you understand that after what I've learned about how you handle your business, I am not particularly keen in going into a shadow-cloaked swamp.
Says, oh no, going to the... I would certainly suggest the Stormhorns of the two options. Going to his lair will most likely end with you dead. Cyril nods to himself. I figured that was understood, and hence he gave you a different option. It's not that he intends to devour you in there, but I don't know that he could hold himself back.
Meeting place aside, you said that he would want me to attack the cities of the coast. What exactly is the benefit I will get from this?
Phillips is not having Cormyrians on the coast.
I don't see why I need his help for that.
Cyril I suppose you don't. Maybe you will fight Cormyr by yourself. I'm sure he would be delighted for that. It is merely an offer of an equal opportunity.
I'm quite busy at the moment, I believe. But if he does want to meet with me, then Well, I've told you which meeting place I would prefer. We're just right here.
Lurk's not tired. All right. When you see him, personal favor, just inform him that we did very well and that we made sure to press you in every possible way to agree to his terms. That would spare me from actually having to do it, which...
Do you think you could?
Jafar says, "Oh no, I would not succeed. I mean, what am I going to say to convince you?" He sort of looks at Velignith. You know, he sees Velignith as much more powerful than he is. Much more important, too.
I think I'm not satisfied with the answer. As
However,
he'll
if
say.
I do not, then things might be unfortunate for me, like this one. So, yes, just to cross it all. Just sort of grunts.
Should he indeed meet with me here, then I don't think you'll come up at all. So you need not worry there.
That's as well. I suppose I will see you. Oh, and perhaps you might point us in the way of Cicatrix.
I believe you asked me for her location before, and my answer will be the same. If you have business with her, then you will find her as you have me. I will not be assisting you in tracking her down if that is a problem.
Nurse sighs. It's all right. Well, the Lord of Storms wishes to bring Vassal Cicatrix to him so that he may request information about yourself for the dealings. He might even decide to bring her here if such a meeting were to happen.
Also, I have no objections.
I suppose we will have to stay until we can find a way to deliver this information. She looks at it. Unless it could find its way.
I could send a message to her so that she meets you here, and then you propose this exchange of information to her, so you don't need to do anything other than wait.
Oh, he nods. That would be most agreeable.
Then that's what we'll do.
I think you hosted them here before, so they will
Yeah.
probably just go to the same place, if offered before, like a dark cave or something. Like Diego's in here.
Yeah, at this point, the downstairs of the Dragonfane is probably extended to the point where there is like a dark, swampy bit too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, slow running water over some mulchy dirt.
Like nifted one areas for all dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will go hang out in there, waiting. They're fine to wait. What are they gonna go home to, right? All right. Yeah. Early, I think. Oh, let's let if you guys have anything you want to do, feel free.
There's one thing I want to do before I forget, which I really wanted to do last year, just to get the sovereignty under control.
Okay.
Velignith wants to organize a parade in Fandom.
Oh,
You know,
great.
really announce the new era that the people there will go through of unity between all the minions Velignith has and all that. And bit of a celebration. Just get everyone on the same page.
A little dragon festival.
Yeah.
A giant paper dragon that they can have dwarves inside, and
Yeah.
Pinatas.
Not dragon pinatas. That sends the wrong message.
no,
Territory and treasure.
Yeah.
you're entitled to attempt. So
Territory treasure. Vidic will take part himself. He's gonna show him in his
Fill them out.
best form.
Done.
Right. Look, a
7
personal
dice.
goal has been accomplished. It gets done.
all right, the dwarves nod, listen, and so does his own people. Look at this new home Velithnus has conquered. And it's in pristine condition too. Yeah, you can raise it up.
All right.
Set up. Good. Tapping on the resources of the land to pay for.
What time of year is the meeting with Cindermoon going to take place, Manikai? It's important.
Yeah.
Like how far along into the year schedule?
I actually think it was supposed to happen last winter, but it'll be this winter.
Okay. There was a hang up. Like
yeah, some of the pools needed to be refilled. There's a whole thing.
What is time to Cindermoon anymore?
Yeah, there's a tree, and he had to go there, and he walks very slowly. So
that's what it was.
It was too little.
Cindermoon
to get to
rolled her eyes, like, fine, by next winter.
Not be hasty, Cindermoon.
Oh.
Coming slowly.
It's all the treants. It's shamble towards the meeting location.
Slow
Ever so
walks.
slowly.
If this
From,
was
like,
a movie, that was
the-
whenever you see that guy, you go get snacks.
From like the eastern end of the Gulf Sphere, they're just slowly
Oh.
traveling, and it's gonna take another year. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do personally is I'm going to buy another Crypt Spawn potion and Potion of Resistance Cold
All right.
champion tier. Because I feel like that's going to be relevant. And I'll deduct those costs off of my sums of gold on my character sheet. I have 17,798, so I can spring the cost.
Yeah. I mean, it probably will be relevant at some point, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if not now,
Mhm.
in the
Yeah,
near
I thought
future,
of
known as
something.
soon. Yeah, that'll be 1,800 gold for that. Hooray! Go ahead and write that down in my notes.
Ventures are not doing great.
As for like faction thing, I gave some thought, admittedly not this past week, but in the time before, between last session and this one, I gave some thought as to how Illusory Legion Theory is going to handle the situation, like the circumstance with like the cipher that she's got. And I think in her cunning, like sort of like great, wonderful, like green dragon sort of scheming, I think what she wants to do is present to the Black Network, just like talking about this broadly before I actually get in the role play, so that everyone can understand what I'm doing, that she wants her faction to get in the good graces of Thay too. And this is going to be like a great way to get in with the Thayans if she was going to be the one with like her faction to deliver the complete message. So I think what she wants to have done is have a message sent, because she's been there to Westgate before. Have someone who, like a were-rat or a drow, perhaps, from like the faction that she ate so many years back. They would go there riding on a giant spider, what the fuck ever, to get a message to the right people. You'll figure it out. That she has come into the possession of a cipher, but has no relevant message, and is looking to purchase like the message to which the cipher matches, and is willing to pay for that.
All right. So they have the message. We don't have the cipher. She has the cipher, but not the message, and she wants to complete the set.
And she wants to complete the set without like she doesn't want to share the cipher. She's just like, hey, like, what kind of price you guys have on this?
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting approach. Okay.
That way, when she gets the message, she can edit the message and then deliver the edited message to the Thayans.
Yeah. Yeah. What kind of price would they take for that?
It perhaps could have been something I mentioned to you over the past few weeks that you could contemplate that, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, so let me talk through it, right?
Yeah.
They're fairly powerful. They have a wide range of informants and such. They've lost this cipher. That's pretty embarrassing, really. They would like to have it delivered to the Thayans. That would be fantastic. They are fairly rich, actually, so that's not a huge hang up for them. Then again, their purpose is to make money. That is sort of what they do. They're here to make it. If they sold the cipher, the message, they could still keep a copy, certainly, but we don't have the cipher for it. So they wouldn't really lose anything except that someone else would know the information. Is that bad for them? Not really. Thayans didn't really pay them to just tell them. They don't know what's in the information. So, yeah, I mean, the thing about the Black Network is there's a lot of self-interested people in there. And she could probably find someone. People could find someone who might be interested. So just give him a copy of the message anyway.
Yeah.
Not the sole document, right?
Sure. Like, she would expect them not to just, like, she would expect them to have, like, a different copy of it, not just...
Because the soul thing's probably already been delivered to Thay. Just, They don't have to. That's why Thay has half a thing. Unlockables. Check. All right, yeah. You could definitely do that. I think it's in a way that
Would
makes
you want it to be like a
sense.
faction expense or a personal expense?
Yeah, I think it's hard for me to justify it being an amount that would require a faction expense.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it would be that expensive, all things considered. Oh, still within maybe like 6,000 gold. That's about right.
Okay. What do you think, you
or
two?
or affection treasure if you want.
Okay.
That's also acceptable.
A temporary deduction of faction treasure for the year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could do it. I'll the choice be up to you.
All right. Yeah, I can swing a point of treasure for the year. That's not a problem.
All right. Then you will funnel some resource to this guy. You will get the message, which I don't have the written out thing, but
Sure.
its context is basically that the whatever Yaffle did here, it was directly connected to dragons. She acquired a lot of dragons, and it lists a couple. Probably like one of the dragons known to you would be one of them. There's more though. Like maybe it lists like 5 different acquisitions of draconic material Yaffle has performed. One of which would be one of you. Let's just roll a d4 here and see. So that would be a purple dragon acquired by her at some point from a bazaar in the Underdark. But beyond that, like several black ones of white. Though the purple one was non-viable. The other ones
Sure.
were, but clearly, which this information would directly link dragons and yeah.
Of course. I think then sometime in like the spring when she gets a hold of that information, she's immediately on like the Whispering Stone, like leaving messages for both like for Cicatrix or like Velignus minions, like either who there might be stationed there, that she needs to speak with them. Preferably as soon as possible.
All right. I mean,
The conversation can be had over the stone. But she wants both of them together. So it might take a little bit of time before like all 3 of them get on the line.
yeah, considering with the festival and Thunderhome, maybe Willingham isn't available for a few days, but
Yeah.
he'll make himself available very quick.
When that finally happens, Invisori Leader here says, I won't waste your times or mine. I have managed through connections to acquire not just the cipher that I previously mentioned, the Black Network had for a message involving dragons they were going to deliver to Thay. I have a full copy of the totality of the message as well. I have used the cipher, such as it is a crude thing, to fully translate the message, and should Thay receive this information in its entirety, which they could at any particular moment, given that I'm sure they have a copy of the message just without the cipher, it would be... They would be more here in the Dragon Coast than they already are. It refers specifically to Veristrix, and the details connecting Yaffle with dragons are thorough. And considering their supposed paranoia that we've heard about from Basarek, we would somehow have more problems than we already possess. I am messaging you both because I seek to mislead the Thayans by editing this message, or the cipher. And I would not trust this to any of my minions, for they would be connected with the information and thus have to know about our existence. It is something that we should handle. I don't really have the library or resources to... This is not a thing I do. So I was hoping one of you two, perhaps Versicatrix, who's lived with these Westgate creatures, and something more. I thought about asking Novacree, but again, I couldn't tell him. Do you think the three of us could edit this so that it doesn't reflect on us or sends the Thayans elsewhere? And then I could have this message delivered to them, the cipher, after it's been edited?
I've never used or written a cipher.
Would they just use the cipher on the message that they already have?
Yes. That's why I believe changing the cipher to be credible, but also not refer to us or here, would be for the best. That way I can perhaps sell the cipher to them thinking that I wish to get in their good graces, and it buys us some time before they somehow figure out about us another way. Perhaps there are resources within the manuscripts from the Ogmites.
If anywhere, probably there.
You're
Or
certainly
if
more than welcome to visit the Fane and use the books.
this is something we should resolve together. It's not something I should do myself, given the subject matter. Yes?
You want us to read books together.
I want us to solve and edit the cipher together, because
I want us
if
to succeed.
I want us to succeed, because if I fail in my pursuit of this endeavor, and somehow the Thayans are more interested in dragons as a result, that would reflect very poorly.
I understand. I
Marvelous.
can make time.
Good. Good. Alternatively, if either of you had someone you would trust with this information to do it, but
Nope, nope, no, 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 nope, nope.
exactly. It is not a task I wish to do,
It's just
but it
there's
is
like 2 minutes of
necessary to
silence
do.
on the line, like no, yeah.
I mean, the people I might trust are illiterate, so that doesn't help.
Oh. Yes. So, I'll be at the Dragon Fane within the 10-day, and we'll begin the process of... There's like a pause of fooling the Thaans. Shouldn't be that hard. They want to believe something, right? Questions Gaffel. She says, like, looking away from the stone.
Yes.
Marvelous.
Well,
See you both soon, then. And she'll put down the stone, and she'll leave, carrying like the cipher and like the message with her, so that the other dragons can read the full contents, and perhaps we can brainstorm a way by which we're going to edit this fucking cipher. Perhaps in the first time in forever, a fucking skill challenge for the
I
dragon.
know. Shit.
Sounds
Because this is
like
not even anything we can include our factions in. I don't want to tell anyone.
No.
Yeah.
Let me just tell Nova Crate. Oh, hey, by the way.
Very valuable information that could really get you in good with Faye forever.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Yeah, the people I would trust generally the most are probably some of the lizard folk. I'm unsure how they could be of any help.
Yeah. You'd say like
God,
cipher,
looking at my
forgery.
skills.
They would
Yeah.
frown.
The scene cuts to like the three dragons like looming over like a desk. Like as Mizure has like shifted into like humanoid form. No, she wouldn't do that. The others don't know. They can never know. The
And-
dragon. She's like has like the message like with like one claw, like the cipher like laid out on like on a desk, like tapping at it.
When Emizura arrives, she will find that there's two black dragons here. We spent most of the time just waiting for other dragons to show up, and they get very excited when they see her, and then they're clearly let down. You know.
Oh yeah, I may have forgotten, but Villingham would have sent a message to Vesicatrix basically saying, "Hey, these two want to talk to you about me."
I think that would make Vesicatrix survive in her drow form just because, like, this is much more important than fucking chatting with these whelps. Like, she'll talk with them when she has time, not like.
Well, they wouldn't notice a drow arriving,
No.
just sitting here waiting.
As for them being disappointed by Mizore lead with their survival, it's if only she cared about black dragons being disappointed by her. And go back to
Only.
this. If they can go back to their swamp.
Yeah, I don't
Or
think
wherever
he's
it is
ever
they come
seen
from.
these guys before, know the context of what they're doing here.
Yeah, like I mean, Dragon Fane, place for
Mhm.
dragons to meet. Malignant doesn't have to worry about her killing them. If they
Oh, dragons! Nice menu. Just kills them for no reason.
Well, I mean, if you want
They
to
were
kill
there.
dragons, you wanna know where their lair is so you can get their treasure, right? Like,
Oh, you know exactly where these guys' treasure are.
yeah, it's covered by fat black dragon. Vent it out.
So there you go. The scene, like surrounded by all of the Ogmite manuscripts deep within the bowels of the Dragon Fane.
Just digging through it.
Yep, and these are leaders. They're like gesticulating about like and rambling about like the consequences and what it could mean. She doesn't want she doesn't want to have to imprison more liches. She saw how much effort that took for Lignev. There's probably like a threshold on how many Thaans can we contain. Especially with their conclaves dotted all over like the southern shore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can just teleport in.
Yeah, their respawn is real quick.
Yeah, they have a respawn time.
No.
I mean, they are liches. They literally do have a respawn time.
Yeah, it's just not okay.
It's like 2d10 days or something.
Something should be done about these things.
Yes.
The world has thought that for a long time.
Yes. Great.
Mm. And unfortunately, it basically takes the world to oppose that.
You know, nobody really. It's like the Black Dread thing. Nobody really wants to be the one to really dig in. You know, most people have got something else they need to get done.
And Cormier would probably care, but you know,
So
they're
far
busy.
away. So far away. I mean, the fans are here. Yes, that's not great, but also a lot of stuff is going on for Cormier.
There's a lot of things are here.
Immediacy, hierarchy of problems. Yeah, all right. I think a skill challenge is the most appropriate way to do this, and you could say what's the possible outcomes here, right? You're not really like the risk is sort of a loss of opportunity situation. Right? You fail the skill challenge, it would just mean that without help, you three are not able to craft this message into something that would sort of work. Because, of course, if you want to omit the details that this message is about directly, I mean, it's basically a list of receipts, right? Yeah, for so dragon endeavors. Making that into something else is of course going to be difficult, right? And even something else that is good enough that it could fool a red wizard, even if it isn't mostly most intelligent red wizard. You know, generally wizards are pretty smart. They're not so insightful, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm noticing a distinct lack of cryptography on my list of skills.
Looking at my
Yeah.
character sheet, like, oh no.
Things you might need is bluff, for example. Involved in forgery, diplomacy could work. History, to some degree. Insight, perception. Particularly streetwise and
I was going to say
thievery.
streetwise.
Streetwise and thievery are the primary
Oh, I mean,
skills.
I have some of those. Thank God.
I suppose this would be made by Cicatrix in drow form, since the document is like human-sized. Thus, it'd be very awkward if you sent one that is like written by dragon claws.
Yeah.
That doesn't really
Obvious claw. Like,
work out.
it's like a sign made by.
Big footprint. There we
Selective
go.
merch.
Yeah, for very
Shit.
interested in
Travelers.
buy bugbears by the bushel. You know.
It basically looks like as if in Word you set the text size to like 128, so it's like one letter per page.
Hello, fellow wizards. Oh no,
shit.
my tattoo, like we Thayans have. At which point the dragons, you know, that's a failure. At which point the dragons might look at that and go, "Let's not set this. this doesn't work."
Something tells me.
Yeah, success, however, you know, I say, should we do this tiered or not? No, I think it's binary. Either you get something good enough to send, or you don't get something good. So, a success will let you. I think the most interesting result here would be, and I think the desirable one, is to shift their attention to something else, right? You could, of course, not send the message, they just don't get the information. But what you want is misdirection, and that would mean making it appear as if Yaffle acquired something or someone else. You know, insert blank wherever it says dragon, sort of thing.
Yes.
Which would, at least for a while, until they figure it out.
Yes.
Shift
Attempt
their
to
attention
mislead the
something else.
Thayan expedition to reduce their progress.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like what you're trying to do. Yeah, so I think that is the terms of success. This will be a complexity 2 challenge. It is something you have plenty of time to do, of course, and it will be a level 19 skill challenge, given the levels of the Thayans that are most likely going to be reading it.
Okay.
All right.
I'll go ahead and get us started then. Missouri Leader Theory does plan on presenting this like cipher herself whenever she goes. She has some grasp of how Westgate works because of its based arrival, and some grasp of how Thayans are Because if nothing else, she's spoken with Novacree and has gotten an earful about how at least these Thayan exiles are. The whole rest of the goal has just kind of been lost, and I'm sure Novacree's just happy to be back at his damn tower. As such, since you made mention that bluff would be a viable skill, Imizuri Leaderfear is an expert at crafting conceivable and believable lies. And she has intimate knowledge of this message. Her minion stole the damn thing, the cipher rather. She's going to work on how she would personally end up presenting its contents. Cipher, using her bluff.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. What's our modifier for that? 1d 20 plus 24. Wow.
Damn.
33.
Yeah, that succeeds.
I guess I don't need to use my reroll for that.
With a modifier of 24. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think piggybacking on that, Valignus does not lie. Like, he does not deceive, he does not fake, he doesn't do any of that sort.
Okay.
He is, however, very good at seeing through those sorts of things, even if he rarely makes it obvious. So I suppose he could act like some sort of sanity check, like
A sounding board, like in these early years, so what if I say this
Yeah,
to
exactly.
them? Like, how do they counter?
Yeah, I mean, he's been around the Lich, he's been around the Exiles, he's probably been around Thayans the most, really. So he can maybe give some insight on the whole thing.
Yep, that would make
Literally.
sense.
It's also my only skill that makes any sort of sense. 34.
Yes, that's a success.
Damn.
You're to 2 successes. You managed to craft some message that would be. I mean, we'll figure out what it is when you succeed or not. But it seems believable. You know, the direction you're going.
Well, I think Vestigatrix is gonna approach this with her criminal knowledge. Usually, I think she's the one who gets a cipher that's like, kill this person, and then, she sends people to do it. But, I mean, this is a time. I'll roll with thievery.
Yeah. As perhaps to create the message physically itself.
Yes.
Maybe
Because
you forged
thievery is
the
also
damn
forgery, yeah. Yeah, that is success. Excellent success. You managed to write and set like the
Take
perfect.
out
Maybe
her,
the other dragons are even like, what is this?
Contracts.
This dragon can pickpocket people? What? You can definitely do the sleight of hand and the forgery to fake the stamps and just little hidden things that would verify that this is indeed a Black Network message, because they hide those things in the letters, like certain phrasings and such that
Oh yeah.
are key to
Thieves can't.
for them. Yeah, essentially to them knowing
Like
what their
5
own
regions of thieves can't in there. Just
is,
like
yeah, you speak that too.
Let's see here. I think the next goal, 8, would be to use Imizuri Leaderfear's intimate understanding of people and connections that she's received in part through her faction, an understanding of who movers and shakers are, like the power structures the Thayans have built, and sort of the blind spots the Thayans themselves have. I would end up using Streetwise and that sort of thing, get a grasp of how the Thayans have operated here in Westgate, and how a message could be crafted that would then end up being passed through as believable. I don't need to convince all Thayans, just the Thayans that are here.
Yeah.
Does that work? Okay.
Streetwise is appropriate.
1d20 plus.
It's knowing people and how they work.
I've never considered, after 105 sections, I will be rolling a Streetwise check in this system, but here we are, 27.
That'll do. Not by much, but that'll do. Yeah. It's yeah, you think about it, add a few things, change a few things, and it should work better for Thayans now. All right, you are at 4 successes, 0 failures. So at this point, you just need 2 more before getting 3 failures.
Right, I have an idea. There's a report for Thayans, right, who are known to be great wizards and such. So clearly they expect some, at least rudimentary, magical explanations or whatnot. And Valignus does have a bit of bit of training in that area. So maybe he can probably again like double checking or making suggestions to make whatever message we want to send believable on the academic front, so to speak. With a bit of arcana here.
Okay. So the Black Network isn't an arcane organization, and their
Yeah,
messages
but they-
generally wouldn't be. So
but
I'll
the-
say I think you can do it, but you'll go against the hard DC instead of the moderate.
As we're
Alright.
editing the cipher that the Black Network is delivering.
All right.
Sure.
What?
Okay.
No, this is literally the only other way I
Can
can
we use
see myself
perception?
contributing. That's a 34 though.
Damn.
Well, your DC was 33, so yeah.
Oh, Lord.
You know, it's subtle, the work that needs to be done, but hits a stride, finds a book, does it well.
I do have another idea if you end up failing on this one, Ari. So don't worry.
Yeah, I only can really think of repeat skills. Is that
Okay.
okay?
As long as you haven't done it.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I'll roll insight. I have a different kind of insight. Maybe not so much to people, but more so again to the like how criminal mind works.
All right. Yeah. Insight is very appropriate for this work.
Like what are they expecting? What do they want and what are they like? Plus, oh, there's
That'll do,
Alright.
yeah. All right, which puts you to 6 successes, 0 failures, which means you've made something. You know, we cut to the scene of you all standing around, well, you two of you in dragon form, standing around the little table with the drow sitting there, putting the finishing touches on the like forged like probably like a wax seal or something, right?
oh yeah.
To
That's great.
ensure.
That was oh, my next check was going to be history, using all of Bassarek's lessons. If there's someone I do understand about, it's Yaffle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
That
hell and
means,
written documents.
You can
Yeah.
you can point them at something other than dragons. Now,
Yeah.
of course, Yaffle was here. They know that from their progress past. That there's no undoing that work.
Yeah.
But what was she doing, and was it relevant to them? Right. So
I think I want to have had her investigating, like her being here was but a staging ground, and like the real work that she was doing was to the southeast and Chondath.
Chondath.
I would say that perhaps something involving aberrations and like the magic they contain. It's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah,
You know, Chondath, of course, being like near Termish, just outside of our region.
I thought basically the same thing. If we can point the Faians at like the Aboleth menace, then we could even piggyback on their research into them.
Of course, they might eventually like figure out, but I think like considering that Yaffle kind of foresaw how things were gonna go, and that includes the Spellblight, like it's possible that the work that she was doing could have ended up involving aberrations in some form or fashion, just enough of a believable hook for what the cipher will translate the message into to buy us some time.
Also, at least it has been sort of suggested by more people that there is some kind of. I mean, we have the like weird purple dragon here, tentacle
Yeah.
beast. Like there is some kind of.
You're floating
know,
black obelisk. Like if there is
Stuff
something there, we're not
to
inventing that.
hear.
Mhm.
So
All right.
she could have been here, seen that, and gone somewhere else. Like
So just in you know, that works. Just in context here. Are you making it so that she acquired dragons in order to investigate aboleths, or is it she acquired aboleths, or
I think
things
acquired
related to
dragons.
them.
Like I don't think I don't think we can completely erase the fact that dragons were mentioned here. I think to make it believable, I think dragons could be left there, but dragons were not like the end scheme of her.
they were a trade good?
A trade good, a means to an end.
All right. Yeah. All right. I think that you're satisfied with your work, right? It looks good.
And
It's good.
and how after however long it took us three dragons who've never done this before to figure this out, because we're fucking dragons. This is what we do. Awesome things. Yeah. Amazing. Leader looks at the finely edited cipher that where Cicatrix wrote out and says, "I believe this will work. I will ensure that it does. I intend to travel to Westgate myself with this to ensure that it gets delivered and not misplaced or snatched in some form or fashion. I will report my eventual success when I return back to my lair."
Good.
So while we're all here, Emmy, you suggested that we take a more direct approach towards the Black Network to get them out of Westgate.
Yes.
Can I expect the support of you two in that endeavor, or will I be on my own?
I intended to take direct action through my agents. I was going to target their network of informants and resources. I would not want it that when we began our attack, the Black Network sought to figure out who was doing it, then learned it was dragons who were doing it, and, well, that would be unfortunate. I absolutely do intend to strike them, though. Just through the means in which they believe themselves to be the strongest.
So during my attack, you want me to hide the fact that it is me doing it?
Absolutely not. What I want to hide is that all three of us are coming for them.
I see.
You take whatever approach that you find best, because that is what you have done in this region. But I would like to disguise for as long as possible that the three of us are together on this. It will not be hidden forever, but long enough. That is the action I will be taking. But yes, it will be direct and immediate. Just not in the same way you will. Or Cicatrix, how would you approach them?
I will aid you. It is not uncommon for, well, people in Westgate to make alliances to wipe out competitors.
Yes. My minions decades back did assist with Cicatrixes during that prior guild war. And so it would not be unheard of if I were to there is some unexplained connection there between the two of us. But Valignith, you and I are ostensibly, hopefully, still perceived by the region as adversaries. I would like to continue to foster that misguided belief. When the Thayans do eventually discover the truth, I do not want them to believe that it's us three.
Okay.
I personally will be occupied in the latter portion of this year. I have a mandatory attendance in the Golthmere. But my minions will know what to do.
The main
This is
thing
a
I'm
weird pause. Like, what? Mandatory? What does that even mean for a dragon? Trouble.
And these are flashes like an awkward, like her teeth.
Yes, for Westgate, the main thing I'm worried about is that an external force, such as myself, attacking a faction inside will encourage the others to band together against this external threat or something, and I'm not exactly one to make alliances, to talk and organize. Perhaps, however, Zephyrstin could use his connections to at least make sure that the others stay out of this conflict. If he has any connections. I've not heard much success from him.
I'm afraid his connections were mostly with the Black Network.
It sounds as if our actions will hamper Zathazin's future abilities.
Has he
It is-
accomplished?
And that if he's a leader who just like looks blankly, she doesn't know. She's never spoken with Zatha. Not in that capacity, anyway.
He knows his place. He owes us much everything, and it is not like it's in his interest if they starts looking into dragons in the region. It's
Sure,
unfortunate, but
it's good that he knows his place, but I figured his natural ambition would take over and he would rise amongst the ranks or something, but from what I'm gathering, he is not very useful. No matter, that's not something for us to discuss, I suppose, but I might have to talk to him to make sure that he does not simply drift through life like some. I don't even know the comparison. He should act according to what he is, not just exist.
I think he is acting exactly according to what he is, a black dragon.
Speaking of, what's with the... I noticed you have visitors, Valignoth. Is there something to that?
Well, yes and no, it depends. They have been sent by Severius to tell me that he wants to cooperate with myself during an attack on Cormia. I'm supposed to attack the coastal cities while he attacks Cormia itself. I'm not particularly keen in working together with him, as I'm sure he does not have my best interest in mind, to say the least. Oh, and they also wanted to speak to the Cicatrix to ask her about me, really, and bring it back to him. I'm sure he's looking for something to, I don't know, force me to work together with him, perhaps?
Yes, that's exactly what you would want.
And Yuzuri just like gives like a puzzled look as she tries to remember like this individual's Severius. Older black dragon?
I don't know his exact age, but he is the current. Well, he has a lot of control over the Black Dragons, including the Cicatrix, I've heard. Current strongest contender for the Black Dread.
Six rolls eyes.
Very well. Sounds like you two are handling that then in whatever shape or form it takes.
As a GM reminder to you, he is known for being the biggest black dragon sort of around that area. That at least is public about his existence. I mean, people always believe that the smartest black dragons are entirely hidden, but other black dragons at least do. Hence, they're scared most of their life. But his thing is that he calls in all black dragons in the area to test if they're strong enough to be allowed to exist without putting dishonor upon the memory of the Black Dread. If you are, he does you the service of protecting your horde for you and helps direct you to opportunities that might allow you to grow stronger. He sees himself as a teacher. Everyone else sees him somewhat as a tyrant. So if you say no, or if he finds you not to his liking, he generally just kills you. Stop. As his age, he's pretty up there. He's
right. As a player, I thought he was old.
No.
There's a reason he can boss them all around.
As a player, I like we've heard that's true, like over the course of the sessions, but I don't think my Green Dragon has stayed up to date. Not on that one.
He's sort of a meaner, less polite version of Anglospark in what he does.
Different shade of Anglospark. All right. So the Wizard Leader says, "All right, you two have that handled." And Valignith, I know you were far more interested in diplomacy with dragons than I've been for certain.
You don't need to be.
Of course. If there's something else, we should discuss it now. Otherwise, I will begin flying for Westgate.
That sounds like what's going to happen then.
All right.
Yes,
Yep.
I don't know.
And Missouri Leader departs, shifting into a traveling Blood Eagle form, and then making her way with the edited cipher to Westgate. The entire time she's thinking to herself, "I'm voluntarily seeking a meeting with Red Wizards of Thay. This is my life."
That's a lot of effort.
How did it come to this?
It has come to this, but it's just like, I can't trust anyone to do it. No one else can do this.
Sure, I mean,
Or is
they're
it
easy
being the
enough to
best?
find. They have like a stylized sort of enclave surrounded by
Yeah.
a small wall and like a bunch of gnolls wearing black and armor.
She
and,
probably
you know,
saw it off in the distance when she was previously here.
a couple of magically enchanted ships with big black sails. It's
It's like
it's,
she
red
transitions
lanterns.
back into like green dragon form as she like gets to like the gates, like she goes through, and as she like strides, she chooses to walk in dragon form, like to like the Thayans like place.
People here
She
shopping.
just like do her shopping. She gets like slower and slower as like all of the warnings and all of the concerns for the entire time she's been alive about how powerful Thayans are. After all, Yaffle was Thayan,
Mhm.
and she did all of this. The Thayans have been tricked before. The Apprentice comes to mind, the Servant Valley. She remembers that, but there's just they're so vast, so big. Never enough time. Yeah. She strolls up to their fortified enclave.
Opulent and imperial. Yeah, I mean, as the dragon arrives from the side, we'll see one of the wizards in a red robe, right? Bald, tattooed, with like a clearly magic staff, followed by a another similarly, ethnic looking fighter, though wearing sort of a large metal shield, spiky black armor, and some sort of runic scourge at one side, and a runic blade at the other. They see a dragon, they move into, the dragon's moving towards their like main door, it would seem. Not here to just shop for stuff.
Yes.
So they move, there's like an interception.
Of course.
Though it's clear that no one who isn't a red wizard goes into this conclave. Who knows what sort of protections there might be.
Yeah. Yeah. These early just shudders.
The wizard comes up and simply gives the dragon a formal bow. See, how may the enclave of Westgate be to your service? A Missouri leader here.
She like begins to introduce herself and then stops because she thinks to herself, "Well, of course they'd know my name, right?" And she tries not to worry about what that could mean because she's not the paranoid black dragon, right? But she worries a little. She says, "I have recently come into my possession an article, I believe, the Thayans will find most intriguing and engaging. I have brought it with me in an effort to show it off and ascertain its value, for I would seek to trade it, as it has of little worth to me.
He nods, gives the dragon a respectful smile. He seems friendly, in his demeanor, right? So say, why, that sounds very interesting to us. Would you prefer to discuss this inside, or is this more amenable to you? Our conclave is not constructed to your
Inside will
needs.
suffice.
Right. Not. And his knight just sort of doesn't say anything. It seems like each one just has one with them. Like a
Sure.
bodyguard sort of situation. As he'll go to the door and just push it open. The door is big and heavy, but he just moves his hand and it opens without a problem. Inside, the hallways are long, made of stone, quite clearly hard to burn. Certainly an obvious feature. And you don't have to be a mage to know that there's magical stuff going on. Sort of has that little bit of like a bigger on the inside sort of situation. The doors, there are more doors in here along the hallway. But, you'll just walk ahead. Please follow me then.
Of course. The green dragon follows, slightly squeezed, and is also trying not to be intimidated by the sheer wealth and opulence of what these Thayans can just like go to like where you live and just build all this.
Oh yeah, it's
Like,
yeah.
this isn't even like remotely a base they've had for any length of time. It's here now. It exists.
Mm-hmm. Well, once you can
And-
teleport things in, I mean, really, it's
Yeah.
kind of their backyard too.
Yeah.
Of course, there's
And-
a cost associated with that, but
It's deeply concerning, like, compared to, like, especially, like, how much money Yaffle must have spent to do everything she did. It's very worrying for the Great Dragon. There's a lot of resources there that she doesn't have.
Mhm. Yeah. Of course, Missouri doesn't know much about what Yaffle's position within Fae really was,
Yeah.
Their hierarchy is somewhat of a mystery to her, but surely Yaffle was somewhat important for them to care this
Yeah.
much, still, this long after this happened.
Yeah.
Then again, I mean, they're pretty much right to,
Yeah, they absolutely are. Basarek impressed upon us the idea that they would care, and
Mhm.
that Yaffle did matter in some form or fashion.
Yeah,
The Green Dragon follows.
it seems like a bit of a long way around. The wizard's still there, sort of a long, then turn, then another turn, before getting to a door which opens into a larger, sort of vaulted meeting room of some sort. Imagine it looks a bit like what do you call that? Like a small auditorium, right? There's like a sort of seating raised, and then a central area. In here is a couple more red wizards.
This is when they use their ass technology, blood magic on me. I know it's going.
They do blood magic a lot, certainly.
Yeah.
The knight will actually stay outside for this. They're not important enough or privy enough. It's also important, not talk about Fae, that only the red wizards wear red. Everyone else don't get to wear red. Everyone else wears like blues or grays or blacks, not red. Especially not their sort of shade of red. Yeah, as there are sort of three of them here. So think about they look slightly different, right? But it's nothing that really she would distinguish from
Sure. What
Right.
differences could they really have?
humans
right?
with different hair colors and styles. Already hard enough. These guys are just
Nebulous
like
red wizards.
tattoos, Maybe it's intimidating that there's enough of them that they don't stand out from one another. But one who first followed will sort of turn to her as they walk into basically the central area, right? There's still all the seats up there that are not used at the moment. So I think this is an appropriate spot for us to discuss this important merchandise.
Surely. Her leader says, very well. She reaches around her neck and pulls off the thong, which she keeps the folded up portable hole. Because that's how she carries things.
Yeah.
She spreads it on the ground, like to the side of her, and reaches into it to pull out the this cipher, if you will, like sort of like a compilation of document, like some sort of like fantasy equivalent of Manila like folder. Just, my minions recently came into the possession of language, not words specifically, but some sort of translation device. I've thoroughly examined it and came into acquisition of a counterpart to it, which seems to convey some semblance of message. My understanding is that the Red Wizards are here to acquire such knowledge, and so it is my understanding you would have interest in this sort of like waves around like the word, like trying to find it, cipher.
They look at each other, speak a couple words in their native language, probably. Before one of them steps forward and says, "May I see it?"
And the Israeli leader there says, I would normally be reluctant to simply just hand this over without making a deal, but I understand the reputation of the Red Wizards, and thus she extends a claw containing this data over to that Red Wizard.
You'll mage hand it over to him. This is making it float.
Fucking course.
Into his hand, right? He speaks a couple of arcane words, placing his hand upon it, before nodding to one of the others. So, you'll keep it as the first one. What is your requested price for this thing? You're right to think that we would be interested.
His leader says, it is so that I am in the unique position of being at a disadvantage. I would love to bargain with you that the item is of incredible worth and I could sell it to someone else, but it has no value in my hoard, and I believe you would be the only purchasers of it, and so I am uncertain of what to demand in exchange for it.
It's you are delightfully honest in your approach. We are, however, interested. It appears to be something we have been missing for some time, related to another contract. Thay is generous, and Thay is rich. Those who are friends and allies should never regret that position. Is there something in particular you believe that the Red Wizards could do for you, which might be of help? Or do you desire monetary reward?
He's right, leader says, wealth will suffice. The Red Wizards, you all certainly have much. And perhaps there may be the idea of deals in the future, but something to add to my hoard for the trouble I have gone through would please me for this endeavor.
Nods, speaks a couple words to another one who sort of nods to himself as well. Says, then perhaps something to delight you, something that would look well in your hoard. Do you have a preference for objects of a certain type?
His leader says, I do like art.
Nods. And then we shall procure something for you, befitting the payment for this service. If you will wait a moment.
Of course.
My colleague will make sure to fetch it.
Maybe the dragon makes it clear that size isn't a concern. She can hold the thing, whatever it ends up being.
They seem to have something in mind, but it's not like they carry fancy art on them.
Of course.
Yes, a little time will go by. The wizard will sort of say, I understand we have not been particularly popular with your kind. You're the first dragon to visit our enclave.
The Mazar leader says, I could not say the motivations of others of my kind are. We are many and varied. I have slain several.
He nods. Yes, we are aware of a couple of your kind in the region, but it would appear that we have not been successful in garnering attention, which is, of course, a shame. Powerful. Legacy is strong. We have a great interest in getting to know potential partners in these regions. Of course, kind also lives a long time compared to most. And thus, you might have eyes for some things that subtly change. We are, of course, always looking to pay for any information about potential enemies of Thay, particularly those who might be related to ourselves, wear the red when they were banished, or who might have been rebels or insurgents against the peace of the nation. Any information on such individuals will, of course, be well worth the time of acquiring.
The Missouri leader there says, I will keep that in mind. However, I have not witnessed. She pauses and says, other individuals wearing your distinct wardrobe is not something that I do not often travel to cities. I stay in the wilds.
Yes, of course, I'm not. I simply want to make sure that that it is well known. Interest in this topic.
I will inform those of the Gulfmere that it is the Thayans who desire and offer compensation if such knowledge is obtained. I will be on the lookout for others wearing your clothing, such as it is.
The other wizard returns, carrying, or rather having something hovering on an invisible floating disc. It appears to be a carving in bone. It is rather large, not exactly life-sized, but like the size of a child. It seems to be a composite sculpture of a bear carved in some sort of bone or ivory. First, we'll look at it and say, a treasure captured in Rashinan, at some cost. It is a marvelous thing, and certainly unique. The Rashamani barbarians spent much effort to keep it safe, and more to create it. It was meant, we believe, as an offering to some sort of local spirit, but now it is an offering to you, as a thank you from Thay for your service to us. Being a dragon, you would denote that this thing is worth 21,000 gold pieces.
I think the avarice, in the dragon's eyes, light up, especially when told the story, catering to a green dragon's baser instincts of collecting objects of beauty that they've never made themselves. Mr. Leader says, this will do wondrously in exchange. I have not heard of these people, and I have not beheld this particular craftsmanship. It will be a unique piece for my lair. Most adequate.
We're glad to have been of good service. And of course, if there is anything else in the future we might make deals with, mutual benefit and profit is what we're here for.
But of course, I will keep in mind how well this meeting has happened for future pursuits with the nation of Thay.
Please do. And let anyone interested know that we are generous. That is a reputation we
Right. The Green Dragon will deposit this composite sculpture of ivory made by barbarians within the portable hole. Gently. Thinking about how wonderfully it's going to look in her lair. She is blinded by greed.
a flicker of a hand from one of the wizards as a pup will appear, and a little impish creature will sit on his shoulder. Say, show Emisure Lidruthir out as she wishes. At which the imp will look to Emisure a little bit longer than maybe is normal, before it sort of says, "This way, mistress."
Sorry, leaders there looks at the imp for perhaps a little bit longer than is normal before folding the portable hole back up and following the imp.
It scuttles a different way back out, but you know what? Taking her away from the wizards and back out to outside.
Ah, I can stretch again.
But people are still looking around, shopping for things, potions.
Sure. He's very leader breeze in deep. Westgate has a different smell than where she lives.
Mm-hmm.
Rolls her muscles several times. And shuffles on out of the city. Looking at it as she goes and trying not to look back over her bulk at the ominous, looming, immense power of Fae. And when she leaves Westgate, she'll take flight and head back home. She'll find a suitable place within the lair, not in her hoard, but where a thematic place where looks great, other pieces of art that she's collected, which might as well be her hoard.
Yeah.
The tapestry of her slaying over Sterlix, slightly burned around the edges, hangs on a wall.
Slight smell of fire still.
And she'll send a simple message through the sending stones, saying it is done.
I have given Faye a fake progress here, signifying that they are, I suppose, a step forward in the wrong direction. Because they can still progress this, right, and figure out what's actually going on with the aboleth in the region. I guess at some point they'll figure out that that's not what they're looking for, but it seems to be.
All right.
With their mind, they have made progress.
Yay!
Yay! Which also completes a
Well
goal.
done, study group.
Yeah, we did it! Yeah! Nova Crete was exiled to hell of the mountains for nothing.
Oh shit, we have it's oh hey, the exam is tomorrow. Oh, okay, well, group project.
I mean, when three dragons push their head together, they can get things done.
No, in my mind I was like, we should just do the every time, the ritual, and they're like, no, you just it had to be something that was okay, this is severe enough that we don't have a choice.
Yeah, we literally cannot pawn this off to anyone else.
It's the secretary, she's still a little mad at Missouri, but she's like this is too important. This is no, sure, they'll do this. I'm still mad at you, but
the Green Dragon is still mad as well. We have it, and we have hopefully 1,000 years to resolve those differences.
Oh, those grudges,
Yep. But we have to get to the 1,000-year mark first.
Yeah, exactly. There's, things are important, and then,
Priorities.
And, following all this, time has passed. And it's clear that Valnarix is beginning to think that maybe Vesicatrix is not going to show up here at the Dragon Fane anytime soon. Lex feels a little bit like someone's trying to avoid him.
Oh, I mean, after this, the Cicatrix will, show up. I think she'll have a talk with the first, if there's anything, he wants her to tell him from,
I mean, to keep that conversation short, Valenus doesn't care. You can tell them whatever you like.
Yeah, sure. The Cicatrix will show up, just so they'll go away.
He's not delighted. He seems tired. He wants to go home, to do something other than this is not the worst place to hang out, really. But on the other hand, the longer he spends here, the less good he has done. So
Yeah, I was thinking to go there after doing the cipher.
We'll do about it. Oh, Cicatrix, a delight to finally meet you. It's been a long time.
Does she remembers having seen this?
I think so. She's paranoid enough to know who these guys are.
She'll pretend she doesn't.
I come with a command from the Gloomfrost. He wishes for you to come to his court so that you may inform him and assist him in a meeting with Lick, who I'm sure you know, given that you have shown up here.
I am afraid that my current situation does not allow me to leave here for long.
I doubt it will take long. We are to escort you. Make sure that your travel is unimpeded.
Will this meeting be just about information? I cannot stay with Severus until the Licknif sees it fit to meet him.
And Exo leans in and says, Licknith declined to meet him any place but the Dragon Thing. Either it's going to be short but volatile when we return, or we're going to come back here in the near future.
Again, I cannot stay with Severus
I'm
until
just the messenger.
such a time. Yes, and I can give you information about Vildiknif that you can then bring, as you say, as the messenger.
I know that's not.
For who?
For Severus. He wants to see you because he called you there. He thinks a lot of you, I think.
Yeah, let's see. She doesn't want to go, but also these things keep showing up. Did she show up there with the orb?
I don't believe she showed up.
Yeah.
Had it delivered.
Would she think that she can like trust to get back? With the favor that has won her.
That you won't get eaten, is what you're saying?
Yeah, basically.
Probably. I mean, it sounds like you. I mean, you won some favor for getting him the title of Lord of Storms. He likes that title, and
Good title.
you know, you'd think that if he really does think you as an effective servant, then he probably doesn't want to destroy that for himself.
Hmm. All right. Yeah. I think she's gonna look to these guys and think, how can she the fastest solve this? And she'll probably have to go. And yeah, I think she will tell them that they can leave, the next nightfall or whatever. Like she
Yeah.
needs to,
Yeah, basically it's leaving, resting in the lake, and then moving on up
Okay.
the river here.
Which river?
This river.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they don't really want to be spotted by Cormier. Just makes trouble when black dragons are seen doing things.
Yeah. Sure. She'll go.
All right. Zebria's lair is pretty much in the middle of the swamp, even maybe a little bit to the back end of it, and it is a lair that has pretty much always been a great place for black dragons to be. Hence, that's why he has it.
Oh, it's the
Um,
best one.
Yeah, it is a large set of acidic tar pits. The pits themselves being thick and heavy with this oily black tar. It is very difficult to swim through. It is pretty much impossible to see through. It is almost impossible to breathe it. It is acidic enough to burn sort of things. I mean, it's not like you drop a cow in there, it's gone, but certainly begin to dissolve slowly and turn into sort of a white mush. Generally, it's a terrible, terrible place to be. But of course, for a black dragon, it is the kind of place you're pretty sure that no one else would ever really submerge themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the lesser species.
Just get here. Sure that I have the right proportions. Doesn't this map seems it's small compared to you. There we go. Going here, there's a couple of black dragons besides these two. Generally, just sort of about going and coming and going, and beyond that, of course, there's the local tribe of poison-making lizard folk that stay here. A lot of lizard folk and ogres and such live in the vast swamp here, and most of them are subjugated by the black dragons in some sort of order.
As they should be.
Having arrived, you'll be informed that you'll make yourself at home in one of the nearby swampy cave holes until Severius has time to see you. Which
You'll
will be a couple of
deceptively
days,
seem
probably.
relaxed.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Someone also asks if you brought a gift that should be taken to Severius's lair.
I'm afraid I was not given the time to pick out something. She scowls at the two dragons.
Oh. All right. So. Right on there. Business. These two are gonna go. They have their mission. Yeah. A few days later, you will be informed that Severius, the Mighty, is ready to make his judgment.
She'll go in there.
The area is one of the meeting cave. Really, the bottom of it is sticky with this tar, and threateningly perhaps because this tar is flammable, leaves sort of a very thick, acrid smoke, most likely poisonous as well. Severius has from a chain in the ceiling of the cave a large sort of what do you call it, like a bowl with fiery burning coals illuminating the place, showing that he does not need shadow to hide, and showing that he does not fear the flame that could set all this tar afire, and the choking poisonous smoke it might create. Something he has prided himself on is that he has mastered all of the elements. He is this super dragon. That is present here, as he himself is there as well, having crawled from the pit and therefore covered thickly in this heavy black tar, slowly dripping down his body, almost hardening into a layer of second scales on top of it. As his massive face looks at Persikrix. Persikrix might remember, from being very young, basically a different life. having seen Severius. He seems as big as back then, having grown also since. But he's always been a big boy. So as he will look at Vercingetorix's eyes. They appear to be full of mirth, enjoying having made Vercingetorix wait, perhaps. He will open his jaw. Better late than never, Vercingetorix. I understand you are very busy, and I am glad you could make the time. You see his, when you look at his speaks, you see inside his mouth, of course, the tar is mixed with a foul-smelling yellow-greenish substance. It is known that he eats and wraps his claws in different ointments to make sure that his bite is very infectious with both disease and poison. It is good you could come. I have a task specifically for you. But first, I have learned that my invitation to one of your compatriots has not been received well. Perhaps you might aid me in understanding where I went wrong in my approach to this malignant.
I will do what I can.
And please regale me with your tales of him. Spare no detail.
Yeah, I mean, she will give him, you know, the malignant scoop. Of course, nothing too personal, but basically what people in the area would know, you know?
Mhm.
He's a dragon. He's destroyed a lot of places. He's very forward. He set up a neutral ground for dragons to meet, and he is a chosen of Tiamat.
He likes simple.
Yes.
Really odd having heard it. Make a long story short. See. Then I suppose we shall make it simple for him. You shall come with me. We're going to pay him a visit.
Of course.
You are less fearful than others of your kind. It is good. Soon we shall take Cormia. I will need more like you. I think you shall aid my front line. He lost himself. You have experience. It's good. Very good. So slowly sort of begin moving closer to Vercingetorix. Expecting Vercingetorix to basically fall in line. You can see that in one claw he's clutching the orb tightly. It sort of sticks to him due to the amount of tar he's been dipped in. And as the first warning, I'll ask first, does Vercingetorix just follow? Or is there any interjection there?
I think for now she follows.
Then the first inclination Malignith will get that there's something different is the storm. It seems to have moved so locally across Tysir, lightning striking a couple of their towers, black clouds sort of hiding anything that might be up there as it comes closer to him. Dragonfane.
I mean, can he connect the dots? I assume he would know, right?
I think she has told them about her giving the orb.
You're
At
smart.
least.
I figure, yes, but Malignith is smart, right? At least insightful.
I mean, Cicatrix talked with the Black Dragons at the Fane and left from there to lead, so presumably.
Flignif looks outside while reading the paper. Oh, another freak storm in the region. How about that?
Look,
what are the
they're
odds?
coming this way.
Yeah.
That must be good.
What a fair omen for me after all these years. During the travel, Aerie, before we get to the roleplay, how does she feel about being bossed around by this clearly older and more powerful dragon?
I think it's sort of mixed. She knows what is expected of her, and she can't beat Severus right now. So I think she is in her Black Dragon nature is to follow the path of least resistance with this, and it is,
Yep.
Well,
A fusion of no effort wasted and see it done. I gotta
Yeah,
do
exactly.
this, so.
But and she's only able to do it because there is a part of her mind that says, this will only last for so long. She gave him the orb. She placed the orb with him. So she could spy on him. She hasn't had much use for it. But she can. And he doesn't know it. And that's the thing she will keep going back to in her mind, right? This is also part. And Valdiknif shows interest in, maybe one time, helping her. I mean, to her mind, it's she couldn't care less about. She's like, no, yes, get rid of this guy. That seems like a great idea. This seems like it would be a great motivator. If nothing else, she'd rather be with Severus at somewhere that's not his home base.
Is she thinking along that front, if there's going to be a time to, backstab him, is it going to be, now when he's not at his lair?
If there's going to be a time where he gets very mad, there's not happiness there. She doesn't necessarily think that they can kill him now.
Right.
I mean, maybe.
Right. So it's just the comfort of future murder and revenge. That's giving her comfort and buoying her.
Sort of. It's a comfort, but also there definitely is that sort of. I mean, if it were to happen, he would be mad, right?
Right. Oh, oops.
He wants to provoke the chosen of Tiamat at her altar. That would be unfortunate, really.
Yeah. If only Tiamat were a different sort of goddess instead of the one of strife and greed.
Yeah. She's like, yes, fight.
Fight for my pleasure, yes.
That's exactly what she would do.
All right, that's my interruption. I was just curious about where Cicatrix's mindset.
Yeah, Valdiknif will see it, right, sitting out here in the storm. The weather is quite strong. Many of his people probably going downstairs because lightning is striking around the Dragon Fane, almost cinematically so. As he sees.
Well, they will not go downstairs, because I want to set up the Dragonfane for this arrival here. If there's one thing Valdiknif is good at, it's subverting expectations. This basically King of Black Dragons expects, probably a stubborn, reckless, naive whelpling, basically, who defies his invitation, all that. Valdiknif is gonna prepare the plateau of the Dragonfane to give him an appropriate welcome. He wants dwarves lined up on the side, bowing as he arrives, a nice meal prepared, whatever Black Dragons eat, Valdiknif would know. Basically, something is never done for any other dragon.
Cicatrix will see some of the eels from there. All right.
It's not those my eels.
The massive black dragon sort of falls down. The first thing that is that some people on the ground see crumbled flakes of dried tar and smell it's basically a smell of hot asphalt.
There's a trail.
As it falls down, almost like ash heralding his crash before he sort of lands with a I would say the ground shakes, but he's a black dragon, so it probably is. You would expect to see this massive shadow fall down, but it is almost without sound as he lands. A lightning strike at the same time, somewhere else on the cliff, just hiding whatever sound there is. Followed by two black dragons, one being Cicatrix, the other one being Carix here. Who hasn't really said anything during this travel. Oh, wow. No, I was 6-6 really, I imagine. Severius will raise up to his full massive height. Looking around as the two smaller dragons. Well, I don't know what Cicatrix does, but Carrick sort of looks around hungrily at the dwarves and sort of scrapes and steps. Looking at the food probably too. Severius will look down at Velignith. And probably for a moment just look, because he did not expect this feeling he gets of Velignith being indeed blessed by Tiamat. It sends him a little bit on the wrong foot, if you will. Like, usually he doesn't feel things about other dragons being important or intimidating or anything like that, but there is something about Velignith that is unshakably sort of touched by the divine. Which is a little creepy. Probably a little bit of a similar feeling as to what Anglospart gets, which is he's small enough that I could probably do something. I'm like 90% sure I could take him, but that still leaves a 10% uncertainty of, but Tiamat, though.
Yeah. And for Black Dragon, 10% uncertainty?
Yeah, like there's a moment of
That's
that.
uncomfortable.
Before he looks around and then feels better. You know, a dragon that would challenge him would not dare, would not give him such a tribute. Just my information did not prepare me for such a positive reaction. He glances down at your Cicatrix. Yeah, rolls his eyes slightly.
I can assure you I am difficult to prepare for, so that is no surprise. Welcome then, Severius, to the Dragonfane Temple of Tiamat, shrine to her greatness. I'm glad that you've accepted my invitation so that we can talk in a proper locale.
He looks at the dwarves bowing, looks at the food. He'll sort of move over to casually, like, try it out, you know, giving a nod to the Cicatrix and Carrick, saying that they can eat, you know. He's given them permission. So Carrick will certainly take it and go and eat some, like, eels or whatever. Hungry.
I see you're... Well, while he eats, but he will continue making small talk, saying, I see your title of Lord of Storms is well earned. Might I add where Night Flame comes from?
He sort of looks at Velignith and has sort of he almost always has this crooked, sort of wicked smile. Because mostly he makes other people miserable and he loves doing it. So he's happy most of his life, you know. And it sort of gets slightly wider. That's the question. I, first of my many conquests, conquered the natural fear of fire. Your own kind, one of them inspired me. Now I wield it as my own, just as I wield the storm.
Interesting. I, for one, have not collected many titles yet. None that I would be proud enough to display anyways. But I hope to change that.
Listeners, as they call you Red Fear. Or by another word, Red Dread. It's narrowed. Perhaps one of the reasons he has come.
This is, I have to admit, the first time I've heard about that. I'm sure the parallels to the Black Dread are entirely inconsequential.
They say you've claimed the mountains as yours.
That is somewhat true. There's simply no one left in them to oppose me.
Your eyes have doubtlessly moved past the lake to the beautiful jewel that is my kingdom.
Absolutely. I have looked at it. But perhaps not with the intention that you expect. You see, my goals are confusing to some.
I am confused by nothing.
Hence why to some, not to you. See, what I'm looking for is exactly what you're looking for is exactly part of what I'm looking for. I want a Cormyr controlled by a dragon as powerful as you. I do not want Cormyr controlled by some human king or whatever mortal rabble lives in this world.
It sounds like a slight pleased sound. It's not like a really rumble. Let's just say. And you are going to become part of my plan to make it that.
I don't believe we've engaged in any actual useful discussion about that. You see, I've learned that you want me to attack Cormyr's possessions this side of the shore, which I want to. I have planned to, but not necessarily anytime soon.
They say another once sat in the place now called Westgate. One should again. You should.
Westgate is, in fact, one of my short-term ambitions, you should know. It has little to do with Cormyr, I suppose, although ownership over the city would mean that it would be possible to throttle whatever trade Cormyr gets via ship.
Yeah, he seems a little annoyed, Ned. He doesn't care about trade. Trade doesn't matter. Dominion, fear. That is what you should inspire. He looks at the bowing dwarves like this. But in all the cities here, I am a teacher. And I will be yours as well, it would seem.
I'm surprised by that offer, but pleasantly so, I suppose.
I will find tasks for you, suitable to help you grow. Though I am used to my own kind, I have mastered the flame a long time ago. The challenges in you will be nothing I've dealt with before. In return, I will ensure your safety from others of our kind, so we can all cooperate.
You mean you will assure me the safety of you not telling those under your control to attack me?
He smiles. He glances down at Ricicatrix, at his side. Doyle.
So loyal. Oh my god.
I will
Like-
gather my forces beyond the storm. The swamps there are mine as well. When I am ready, I will move across them and into. Before that happens, you will attack Tazir. It will be a fitting challenge. You will take the city and either burn it or do with it what you will. As long as there is no Cormyrean banner that will distract them. And I will take their shining city while the darkness still glooms over them. It is, after all, what you want too, isn't it?
I do. However, I would be doing this specifically for your benefit in a time frame that does not suit me very well.
It is for your benefit too.
Other than inconvenience and conflicts with my current plans, what do I gain from this?
I offer many things, safety being one that many care about.
I will not accept safety from yourself as a reward.
I protect the hordes of those who serve me, ensuring that none may steal them while they do good service that helps their growth. Beyond that, I will let you claim the lands south of this lake, as your own, and not contest them. She nods. It angers him a little to be so generous, but
Well, the latter is obviously not true. You're already, I suppose, not contesting the lands, but certainly my independence. We do not need to beat around the bush, so to speak. Everything you're offering is the same you're offering to those under you. And I do believe that at least a part of you is suggesting that perhaps putting me under you will not quite work. I will not doubt that you are, quite frankly, the greatest dragon I've yet faced. You have accomplished much. Your titles speak for themselves. But we are peers. Not in strength, obviously, but in status. For different reasons, each of us.
give me a diplomacy check.
Alright.
To mollify.
You gonna try the stick on him?
I mean, he basically is. It's like, you want to throw down, do it. Well, not literally, just hinting that it would be a bad idea to face Valinor directly. That's a 40.
That's pretty good. So you suggest then?
I would suggest that I acknowledge your ambitions and will work towards them in my time frame. Westgate will be the first target. It is the gate to many of Cormyrean resources. If that gate is closed, you will have a much easier time. Once Westgate is taken care of, then I will indeed move on to Zir and remove the Cormyreans from there. And afterwards, if you are still struggling with Cormyr, I could very well see myself and all my resources move north to assist you.
It's not that I do not struggle. I could take them as easily as anything. What I do is give you a chance to please me before I do, so that I might remember your services to me. You are young, and time will never close the gap between us. I will always be your superior. You know that is how we work. Unless you find another that you think is greater to oppose me, my will is your action. Yet I am patient and kind. Tissia will go first. He nods.
I will not deny that I will likely never grow more powerful than you are. However, power comes in many forms. There's physical strength, obviously. There's connections, obviously, which you have many. But there are connections to other things. Connections to... how would you refer to her? Connections to influences that push me towards a certain goal. A goal that is very much aligned with yours. I think it would be a complicated situation should you choose to force myself to do anything when I'm already aligned with your goals. It would only complicate things. I don't like complicated.
That I have heard. I have made things simple for you. You know what you must do. And when you have, you will receive your acknowledgments for it. He looks at the presentation here, sort of nods to himself, says, "You have acted adequately. Pride is normal, particularly in your kind." Dances down to Visicatrix. You are done. You live around somewhere in this place. Until I call upon you again. And this time make sure to be on time. Calyx. You will return. After you've had your fill. He looks around. Preparing to leave. He feels like he's reached an agreement.
Gives a nod as he turns around to leave and says, "Very well. I expect to get another messenger sent to me once Tizia falls."
Sabria's smile, of course, a little wider. He likes it better because Velignith doesn't want to have it be this way. That makes him happy. Be able to it makes him feel powerful to make people do things they don't want to. Then he will take out. Carrigs will swallow a few more eels before following. They will return home. Return his swamp. All right. That's enough of that. Now, I believed you had eyes on Westgate. Yeah?
Sure do.
Yeah, then let's move along with that.
I think we'll certainly take care of Tizia, but not first. Westgate is more important.
Like, how does Valigna feel after that encounter with Severus?
Probably more than slightly shaken. Like there is the whole dragon fear thing, and Savrius is obviously, as he said, the greatest dragon he's ever been face to face with. Like Angelspark is large and wise and all that, but not nearly the size and volatility of Savrius.
Right.
And the main takeaway for Velignov is that Savrius did not deny it when Velignov stated that they are peers. You know, he did his whole blustering and you will do as I say, but he did not deny it.
All right. Uh, is like the elder dragon bossing around younger dragons like fit in with like how Veliknev just feels about like Dragonkind, given like his worship of Tiamat, that like it's like this immense black dragon's like obligation and duty to just bark at Veliknev and give him orders?
It's perfectly natural and, well, it's expected but not necessary.
Okay.
The thing is just that Veliknev doesn't think he belongs to the hierarchy. Like he makes space for the hierarchy
He
to happen.
destroys hierarchies.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
He's the bulldozer. Whoever builds houses there doesn't concern him. But
Okay.
yeah. He's outside the law, so to speak.
All right. So there isn't much of like a resentment in the situation so much as like obviously the shakenness and then like I was acknowledged as a peer and then really like a bit of exasperation. Like I operate on my own timetable and not yours, and I will do that.
Yeah. Well, the meeting went great. Like Severian was straightforward. That's a plus. You know, he acted according to his size and influence. Absolutely understandable. He tried to boss Veliknev around, was expected, didn't really succeed. In the end, a compromise was found, in which that Veliknev will work towards his goals, but on his own timetable.
And not surrender his horde and just take like obligations from this dragon in exchange for being taught.
No. You know,
Okay.
if he wants to teach Veliknev, then sure, but not, you know, covering teaching with sending on errands.
I was gonna say it's like fetch quests. It'll teach you patience to run around the world.
Not
Back and
patient. Oh,
forth
no.
delivering love letters for this hippogriffin. No, fuck you. No.
Harry's got some personal experience.
No. Any MMO, if we all know it, or RPG. Some idiot.
Yeah, I mean, if Severius wants rare eels that can only be found somewhere in Shadowdale, then you'll go to Shadowdale and you'll get them. And it'll teach you how to be a survivor. Because he won't kill you if you do. That's always his alternative. You can always be dinner.
Yeah, I mean, I love this. It's like, oh, he's generous. It's like, oh god, this motherfucker.
He was much more reasonable than he was with the Cicatrix.
Oh yes, definitely. 'Cause he's not chosen of a god, you know.
Well, he's not chosen, or else Veliknev would have other people knocking on his door. Merely blessed by Tiamat.
Same thing, man. It's semantics.
It's not like, you know, which department.
Yes.
He's like a junior chosen, not quite there yet, but on track.
An aspirant. There.
All right, yeah. So, do you have something you want to kick into gear? If not, I can continue with other people doing things. It's your turn.
Yes. Now, my greatest worry with attacking the Black Network is the fact that they are not, like, I wouldn't consider them a military faction. They're like sneaky and stuff. And if Veliknev just walks up with an army and tries to smash down their headquarters, they might have like 10 hidden headquarters or something. Like, if I were a spy organization, I would have one headquarter that is publicly known that has nothing in it, just to give people a target that doesn't matter. Veliknev wants to make sure that he's actually attacking like the right places, so he'll have to probably actually contact the Cicatrix to have her people, you know, basically deliver the targets for him to strike at.
Out of character, what about Zathostan? If you reach out to Zathostan, Zathostan probably does know the like actual meaningful
That's a good
location
point.
of the Black Network.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, you know what? Let's invite Zephyrston. That's a good idea.
It also allows you the opportunity to role play with him and see, like, get his stance on the soon-to-be changing landscape in Westgate again.
That's true. Yeah, let's invite Zephyrston to the Dragonfane then. Send him a message. See what happens.
He'll arrive in not too long. I mean, he'll probably go, through the river, right, to not gather too much attention. Yeah, he'll arrive, looking, not like he used to do, but like the person's body you sort of gave him. Yeah, and Relict's call. Will Relictus have informed him what it's about? Just to.
Probably not. Like, why he has to come. It's not really an invitation, or like a, get over here.
Yeah. Then some night, the dragon will be there. Rather quiet. He is very good at being quiet. Certainly, this dragon is also pretty good at being quiet and stealthy and dark.
The Regan will meet him on the plateau. Basically giving him a nod of greeting as he says, Zephyrstin.
Veligdeth, it's been a while.
It has, and I have some questions.
Of course, it is what I do best.
Most specifically, I'm wondering about your position in Westgate. Where have you positioned yourself?
I broker information. I know everything that happens there, and I make sure the right bits get to the right people.
I see.
It keeps me out of unnecessary conflicts, while also making me feel rather important. Beyond that, of course, there is some delight in giving people the wrong information sometimes.
What would you think about a necessary conflict that makes you actually important?
Sort of looks at Malignith. If you're suggesting it, I suppose I will be all for it.
I'm not looking for your agreement just because I'm suggesting something.
I would never simply agree because you were suggesting something.
I see you would like to keep your station as a lowly information broker. That is fine by me, although I was hoping for a bit of ambition and openness with the one who will make it happen.
Because I am always interested in more. But I have, given my situation, learned not to take what I have for granted.
Understandable, I suppose. I want to do two things in stages. The first one will be to disperse the Black Network completely. They are getting close to certain secrets that I have no interest in anyone knowing, really. And most importantly, they are working together with the Faians, who I would rather... Well, I need to deal with them too, but they are slightly more difficult.
Nonsense. They have worked well together. The Faians are generous.
The Faians are spending money to get people to work together with them because they have a very specific goal in the region that I don't care much for. But that's besides the point. I will spend significant effort in the next few months to destroy the Black Network. And I need your information and everything you know about them to know where to strike.
Nuts. I can help you quite a lot. Though I will caution you. If they find that you're acting against them, they will not try to go against you directly. They will pull strings, give people favors or free bits of information to act against you. They have a lot of friends in a lot of different places. Those are the ones you should be with. Or, of course, if they know something about you that they haven't told someone that you don't want someone else to know, they will try to reveal it, to make you enemies.
I expected as much, but that I don't think changes the plan. The step afterwards that will be more difficult, and that is where you come in properly. I want to be able to exert proper control over Westgate, which means I need someone in a high enough position to have some influence, and not just by sharing incorrect information.
There's precious few activities at the moment that are not collected or controlled by the Black Network. You can always gather together a group of bruisers, of course, but someone established who have connections and actions of their own. Preferable. Do you intend to send your own people into the city?
I would rather avoid that.
Then perhaps the Marked might. Or the Night Mask, though they certainly do not resemble the ones we know. They've been quiet so far, but with a name like that, no one would expect them to be unnoticed.
Yeah, supporting one of them, perhaps that will do.
You
But
help
the
me
Black
find
Network
one
is
at some
the
point.
the Black Network is the first priority.
Yes.
All right. Well, you tell me what you know, and if the Black Network wants to hire other people to defend them or whatever, I suppose we'll have to deal with that when we come to it.
Oh, yes. They, well, their allies are what remains of the cult of Asmodeus, the Church of Bane, and of course, Black Fleet of Thay, as they have appeared. I doubt the Thayans would directly act to protect them. If they could not protect themselves, then so be it. Unless, of course, favors. The temples are too small to really be much of a threat in that regard. Really, I suppose, as soon as they find out you're acting against them, they will send spies and sleeper agents and whatnot to try to find something. They will get into the Dragonfane, they will look through it with magic and whatever else they have access to. They will learn something, and then, depending on what it is, they will give it to someone you don't want to know. Or, if it's damning enough, threaten you to cease and surrender, or they will. Of course, if you have no secrets, that is much less of a danger, in which case they might just poison your water sources or something similar.
The Dragonfane only has one entrance. Well, that's not true. Either way, if you were to stay here, could you defend against attacks of that kind?
I could help to,
You certainly know a lot about them.
though I could also help you in Westgate, offensively, if you required.
No, you would be more important here.
Yes, we could give you a bonus die to defend against espionage and covert from the Black Network.
Yeah, that is my greatest worry. That by attacking them, they just accelerate the thing we don't want them to do.
They very well might.
But, no risk, no fun, or however that saying goes.
That's why, like, out of character, like, as Emmy's early leader theory indicated, like, my intent is to attack their influence through unconventional warfare. The hope being that, like, since influence is not something you can snatch from someone, like, permanently, as Malachi told us, it has to be, like, if you absorb them, I figure breaking their influence, which is this thing they're strongest at, will serve us to prevent them from doing that counter-espionage shit.
Yeah, I think the plan is to really lock down the Dragonfane. Like, there's no secrets in Thunderhome or any of the other places. Might be a few people who know certain things, but the jackpot is certainly in the Dragonfane. So Villingful spent a lot of preparation time, and Zephyrston here to do a full lockdown. No visitors, no nothing for the next few months. everyone gets interrogated who comes in. Like he has probably made a plan to deal with a potential like Ripper infiltration, and he'll just adapt those, except for actual spies, which should be much easier to deal with than brain eaters. So that's good.
Is this the first time the Dragonfane's been like on lockdown as far as visitors?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's always been open before.
Unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, gotta take precautions there. And then it might be the best idea if Emmy opens up by first attacking the influence before Velignith actually moves, so they
Oh, yeah.
can't
Yeah,
they can't ask their favors.
I also feel that if, like, if I start it and they discover it, it's gonna make sense, right? This asshole fucking Green Dragon trying to muscle in on our territory of, like, the influence game. She buys the intel. Look at this shit. Trying to replace us in her own game. Yeah, in the last session, in order for me to, like, do what I did, I, like, dug in, like, their secrets, like, through espionage to learn, like, if, like, their influence spread, and then, of course, I did the attack against them to snatch and intercept the cipher. So I feel like I would pursue that route, especially armed with, like, information that Velignith would pass on from Zethusden to, like, commit acts of unconventional warfare against their influence.
Jefferson knows a lot because he's halfway been a member all this time.
Yeah.
Not really. He sort of made sure to disassociate himself with it just enough, right? But he's been good to them. You know, generally, for example, last time when he learned that this information existed, he reported it to you. So
Yeah.
one of the things
Yeah.
he's been doing, right? He's been making sure that nothing happens that are really too bad against you without you at least knowing about it.
Absolutely.
And
Sorry, just Graham, another idea I had, although I don't know how much more difficult it would make things, is if instead of dispersing the Black Network, we targeted their sovereignty and then rebuilt a new Black Network under Zephyrston. Basically, just replace the leader.
We would have to lower sovereignty to 0 and then another stat, right?
Yeah,
Anyway.
I think so. It would be more difficult for sure.
Yeah. My concern, like, letting them, like, linger for long is that since the Black Network does span across Faerun, that I don't know what they could call in. Like what assets, like, they might be able to, like, ring into the region.
Yeah, it's too risky.
Only one way to find out what they can call in. Do your worst, Black Network.
Please don't do your worst.
We've traveled here from the Sword Coast, straight from Waterdeep. We heard there was games to be had here.
well, you know, adventurers right now are very crappy. So
Yeah.
you know, something happened down in that city of Assam, south here. It was a dark night, and some of them disappeared. It's been,
Oops.
who knows?
Yeah. But God, what if they just did call it adventurers from from other regions to go after us? Oh no.
This is Valindra Shadowmet.
Yeah. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I think as far as, like, Emisaria Leader Theory is concerned, this is a something that we might call, like, a spy game, like spy on spy fighting here. And as she plans to take no direct action because she's busy, this is a great opportunity for her minions to shine. Those sinister operatives to get to work. Like, you get, like, scenes of, like operatives fighting other operatives in back alleyways across, like, the southern stretch of, like, the Dragon Coast. Like, hunting and seeking, like, the agents of the Black Network.
Are they marked in position? Speakings to act as well.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting very tired. Yeah, we'll. I'll
You
follow
also,
up
of course,
later.
have access to the Castle of the Wondrous Night Masks, who is small. Mostly they have punching power right now, but they can also be boosted up if there's a need for proxy factions.
I think Investigation might actually be the one the least in need of proxy.
Yeah.
Like, She's not directly connected, at least, like, obviously, with a lot of the secrets of the Fane and such.
Mhm.
If people go to the eel fort, they see a lot of eels, and
People don't
you
go to
know.
the eel fort generally.
No, it's like, if they like, oh, let's try to find stuff, and it's like, yes, she's a dragon. So like everyone already knows that the leader of the mark is actually a dragon. Like that was, at least that was circulated in the last Guild War. She's a black dragon. Yeah. But I think she'll, and I guess suppose like that might be a thing. Uh, if we decide to go into a Guild War, she might move the mark back. For
Oh,
like
don't
a
don't
time.
don't call it a guild war. That just has implications.
I mean, tensions are already like rising in Westgate. What with the forces of Umberlee, like looking to punish the city.
Oh yeah, they're moving in. We just moved them like here actually. Look outside now. Rippers
Just
are,
tell them
are
that the
agitated.
Black Networks are terrible pirates.
There's a stability in Westgate right now. You know, we'll see how long it lasts when things get kicked.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and first use treasure and sovereignty to increase influence. As the Verdant Eclipse spreads some money around to get folks in position. Now I am depleted on treasure because I kicked a point of treasure to the Black Network in exchange for the information. That will be 6 dice. Alright, we succeed. Treasure will go down again, and influence will go up by 1. Alright. Unconventional warfare. Sinister operatives. +2 bonus to might and influence rolls. That's total of 10 dice then. As I attack the influence of the Black Network.
All right. I like trying to take out people.
Yep. Pair of 10s and triple 6s, double 3s.
All right, they need to do some anti that. Let's see here. Might and sovereignty to resist conventional. All right. Well, can't be helped. Let's see. Double 10s. Can't do anything about those. They can get rid of the 6s and the 3s. So you will succeed, but you will not be secret about it.
That's perfectly fine.
All right, then you strike at their influence.
What a battle of dice that was.
Yeah, I will lose a point of influence myself.
So,
that point I just gained.
Round will be information that your people have assassinated key people, probably identified by Sethiston, right?
Yep.
That these people are those seemingly just normal, unimportant people. They're actually key messengers and partners in this network. Because of course the first step would be to disconnect the Westgate network from the rest of the thing. Right?
Yep.
So probably these strikes are having like an Elversalt or like.
Absolutely. And that's what the Verdant Eclipse's agents are going to work on doing, the disconnection process.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we'll go ahead and perform the same action again because we want to make sure that they know it wasn't a fluke, that the Verdant Eclipse is coming for their people.
Yeah.
This will be with 9 dice. Double 9s, double 3s, double 1s.
All right. Yeah, I mean they will try to defend themselves again.
Triple 10s.
Triple 10s. That'll get rid of a 9 and a 3, and then the 2s can get rid of the 1s. That is a failed action on your.
It sure is.
As you know, you go there. It's not a fluke. And the next person you're going for isn't where they're supposed to be, right? So clearly they're setting up and beginning to counteract this offense.
As were-rats and like drow like begin to be moved like pieces across like the southern coast and end up dying in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll be it for now, as like her faction is trying to attract their attention.
Yeah. Let's see here. What would they do in response? What is this dragon even?
Who are you?
Well,
Didn't you just like pay us? What the fuck?
there's something weird going on here, right? So I think what we'll do is we'll try to do an espionage, and this will be to find like some truths, right, about the group. Who are they? Who's leading them?
Sure.
They have general information, of course, but yeah, we'll see how high they roll, and that'll inform us on how well.
I will end up resisting that espionage with influence of territory.
6, 4. Not a great roll.
Okay. I will. That's 6 dice for me, influence of territory. The dragon is busy. That's double 7s.
We'll kill the 6s, leaving the 4s. They will find out something. Not great information, but it would certainly something. Who and what the Verdant Eclipse is. Nothing really too damning with that, I don't think. You know, Verdant Eclipse been informed, been in Athletic, been in Westgate before.
Yeah, a loose affiliation led by the Green Dragon and Missouri Leader there.
Yeah. And now they're attacking their network. Seems like they're trying to muscle in on. I suppose they will recover the mission, which is basically to damage their network, right?
Yep.
That
makes sense for them to learn because it's exactly what she's doing.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation to find themselves in. They don't really care about what happens down in Starmantle. You know? That's not really interesting to them. Yeah. Yeah, for now they're just gonna feel weird about that.
Alright. Then Malignant will be the 2 of the 1-2 punch. First of all, though, something that is definitely not gonna attract any attention whatsoever because the Dragon Fang does it consistently. It's get the fortress rolling. Get some more might.
Yeah, you could be literally going to beat up anyone near you. It's happened before.
Yeah, like who knows?
I think people worry if there hasn't been like an adequate amount of smoke. They're like, oh no, the dragon is scheming now.
Yeah, that would be the problem if the forges were just silent. Like,
oh no, what is going? No.
So sovereignty, territory +2. Malignant will definitely be a part of this. That is a success.
That's all you need.
And we're gonna do that again. 6. Yep. Alright. The mines are exhausted, but we don't need those where we're going. Now, my question, and I'm hoping for the correct answer. Is the Black Network considered fortified?
No,
Do they have fortifications?
they don't.
Oh, damn it. Alright. Can I give them time to fortify before I attack?
Are we to Westgate with behemoths?
Yeah, I mean, they are coming either way, honestly. Yeah, and then the Dragon Fang is gonna march to Westgate, making it very clear what they're here to do.
What are they here to do?
They are here to crush the Black Network because they are investigating things that Malignant does not want investigated. Like he'll be open about his reasons. Nobody else needs to interfere. It's not like he's trying to get control of Westgate
An
yet.
army of dwarves and lizard folk with beasts are marching on the city.
Yeah.
The Black Network are snoops, and they need to be punished according to the Red Dragon.
Exactly.
There will
they are
be
complicated.
They will meet a door in Westgate, a gate that has been sort of closed for a moment, as people are looking down at the wall, frowning at at this host. This is unusual, but, it's no secret what he's here to do. And there will be some requests, maybe the dragon can leave its army outside for now. Because last time an army came in, it was a bit been a host, and that didn't go so well for the city. They didn't like that at all. So,
I mean, the choices are that Villinghoff makes a proper mess of the city, or that he is let in and only makes a slight mess. Those are the two options.
And the walls of Westgate are fortified structures.
Yes, that is their mistake.
Well, I mean, see, one thing is that nobody really wants to be the person standing in the dragon's way, but the Black Network do have currently control of the nobles of Westgate, thus control the city guard. And someone marching on them like this, they will definitely want to impede the city guard. Right? Even if they let Malignant in, it's somewhat of a ruse, right? To like, I can just reveal that to you. They'll try to trick his forces and whatnot, but what does sound?
A Chief's microphone there was transmitting some weird buzzes.
What? Okay.
It sounded like someone, like you got an SMS or something, right? In the old days, Skype.
Oh, my phone is right next to my microphone. Maybe it shouldn't be the case.
Remember when we had Griffin God throw his phone across the room?
Oh, yeah. I can't do that. That would be expensive.
But the guard is going to interfere. And yeah, maybe you get inside, but it's as much just with annoying bureaucracy that makes it impossible to actually get things done, And when they get in your way and ask you to fill out several forms and whatnot, while you're trying to get to the place, the Black Network people are. That's just a ruse to get the Black Network people time to get out, right? Essentially, you'll have to beat up the guard if you don't want a physical attack like this to be somewhat ineffective.
Right, yeah, I'm up for that.
All right, so they say, oh yes, of course you can go in and fight them. We just need you to fill these forms, cataloging what sort of weapons you're bringing into the town. Because we seriously care a lot about that. Or you can bribe us, of course. That's also perfectly fine.
How about I demonstrate the weapons I'm bringing to town?
Just makes his new gate, his own gate in the walls.
Yeah, I mean, you can take a strike at them.
All right, will take a strike at them. He has, in fact, 10 dice.
All right, what's your goal here? To damage their...
To open the door.
Sounds like you're damaging their territory.
I suppose.
Just their ability to resist coming in
here. But I'm attacking walls here, right?
Yeah.
All right, that is good to know. I still have 10 dice without the bonus, but we'll see. 666, double 3, 111.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you attack. They're not going to roll a defense on that. As you will smash into their walls and break open the gate, doing a temporary damage to their territory to repair it. Then you can walk in.
Wonderful. And now to attack the Black Network.
Well, they might still step up to defend them.
I mean, sure, I can't do much about that.
Yeah.
All right, 9 dice. 9, 7, 1.
Right. What are you trying to attack at the Black Network?
I want to attack. Do I want to attack?
There might.
I suppose there might, and I'm just looking to kick them out. Like, you're taking care of the influence, I'll take care of the might.
Oh, you're just trying to kill people. No, Westgate doesn't allow you to just murder citizens. It's a very lawful town. Their guard will be sent to stop you.
It's a very lawful town,
as impossible as that seems. I mean, what are they going to do, really? Okay, so that takes care of your 9s, leaving the 7s and the 1s. But, they will fail to do so, meaning that you do succeed, and that the guard gets beaten up more. Well, smash through them. They try to get in your way, basically win time for the Black Network to get out of there. they fail, and you do hit the Black Network's might.
And yeah, then we're gonna do that again.
Mhm.
With 8 dice. Double 6, double 3.
Hurting them. They'll try to defend themselves here. Their own operatives. Double 10s. The double 3s will still get through. Still will take another blow to their might. This is unpleasant. They don't really have time to act here since we're just invading. They will request help from their allies though, and send the guard to actually do an attack on Belignith.
Alright.
Yeah, they will try to attack his might. As they just move into it's like a raid, right? Double 4s.
Alright. We'll defend. Double 7.
We can.
Suppose I could have counterattacked.
Oh well.
Too late.
Spend some. Anyway. Alright, well, the guard is somewhat exhausted. I feel like they've done enough for these guys. You know, don't get paid to deal with everything.
Alright.
The
At
collection
home?
isn't that quick.
Yes, speaking of reinforcements, at home, now that much of the mountain is under Vellington's control, I'm sure there's manpower that could be squeezed out of that. Or perhaps mercenaries hired. Just anything to get more people into this.
Alright.
He would like to use his influence to probably increase might again.
Alright. That's like pulling favors.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
You owe me. I will
Exactly.
remember your deeds.
That is
Time for conscription.
influence and sovereignty?
Yes.
Okay.
I will be your teacher.
That's right. That's exactly what's happening here.
Vellington
I
will
will
not
learn
personally
your
take part in
lesson.
this, so that's a success.
Alright.
And we'll do that again.
Yeah, these guys are gonna hire some mercenaries too. So it's kind of hurting.
I will take action against the Black Network. They've got secrets of their own. If they're going to try and rip things out of the Verniclips, I think if the Verniclips are going to try and rip secrets out of them, there's got to be something juicy they know they've been holding on to that maybe Emisary Leaders here can offer to someone, something they know that would damn them or like hurt them in some way. I'm going to perform an act of espionage against them, learn their secrets.
Alright.
Be 5 dice. It's not great. My treasure is suffering in part because I paid them.
Yeah, I will say they have an asset that makes it harder to get their secrets.
Of course, I
So,
remember that from last session.
They will still have to defend.
That is 5 dice. Nope, nothing. They don't have to worry about defending.
Right. No, over here. Oh, are you done, Griff?
Yeah. I was hoping to stall them out and maybe get something to aid, but I couldn't get a double.
I just want to squeeze another bit of influence here and do that whole recruiting thing again.
Okay.
4 dice? No. Okay. And then, unless anyone else wants to do something special, it's back on the attack.
I mean, the Black Network would like to try to espionage the Dragonfane.
I mean, sure, they can
See
try.
if they can infiltrate and learn something about that. They have that right.
I will look to potentially defend.
Yeah, I don't think I can very well defend against this.
It's a double 9.
No,
Okay.
I'm not even going to try.
That's my influence score, which is just lowered plus my territory. That's 4 dice.
Plus
Very
one
good.
die from.
Wow.
Yeah, all right. You have plus
Boom.
1 die for this for Sethastin too. All right. Well, that's disappointing for them.
Well,
They're gonna go
It
ahead
didn't
and
matter.
try that again because they really want something to. Your assault here is brutal, and okay, double 8.
Okay. I'll use the Zathasden die, so they'll give me 4 dice. Nope.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so they'll go in and learn something damning. Now they got 8s, which means that whatever it is, it's pretty good. Let's see, what could we possibly have them figure out? I don't want to just say that it's something really, really terrible. They didn't get like 10s, but it should be something they can potentially use.
All the secrets Valignov has are either irrelevant or incredibly damning.
Yeah, I think we gotta make a test here, right? Of some kind, sort of a randomized thing. So let's think of 3 secrets. So one of them that seems useful to them, but not overly terrible, would be the location of and list of tomes and elven scrolls and such held by Valignov, which could be turned over to the Rippers, who might see this as a great opportunity to go reacquire that stuff.
Okay.
Another thing, of course, is the presence of a Thayan Lich, or suggestion of such. That would be thoroughly relevant to them. And then what is something that is less damning than that, but still somewhat useful?
Perhaps they suggest a connection that, so despite like Zethadin's precautions, that Zethadin has gone there to the Dragonfang to meet with Valignov.
Yeah, that seems relevant. He's basically locked out, no matter how this goes in the future. Then, all right. So let's say a 1 is Zethastin. 2 is what did I say? Yeah, let's call them Rippers, because that's what food matters to. And a 3 is Lich. So she would roll me a D3, and we'll see.
Oh god.
It's
no.
Lich. Of course.
All
it
right.
is.
So
You know,
you took precautions. The Dragonfang isn't really good at this, and they've somewhat like spent their influence calling people up and such. They're sort of out of favors. The werebrats are not used to living here and such. And basically what is found out very quickly, right, is that someone got far enough in somehow, or somehow, I don't know exactly how they did, right? But somehow, someone managed to find out something that indicates they might know now that there is a Lich here, which would be great motivation for some Thayans to get really involved in what's currently going on. Now, I'm not saying that they can just deliver that sort of immediately. You're still at war with them. But if they live through this season, that is a thing that's going to be happening.
I will endeavor to make it not so.
In fact, you will also get the information that they now know that. And if you just stop now and desist in this attack, no one else needs to know.
Oh, you don't know me.
It just this can just be a quiet thing between us, right? And then we can have perpetual peace and good relations. They don't actually have an interest in revealing this information if it wins them peace. So that's I
win
suppose a
something,
choice
right?
you got to make now if you want to continue, or if you're okay with them just living on, doing their thing.
I think it will continue for sure.
Okay.
You will smash them into dust. Whatever secret they know then can, go wherever they go.
Just
Just
slightly
away.
outside of our map.
So
So
how
yeah,
long has this been going on for now?
I mean, we're talking like days, weeks, right?
Okay, so the mark can also have made it there despite not sailing
You can
much
act.
these days.
Connect.
Great. Cool.
Okay, Westgate is like you have people there, right? You have your boats. And
I
such.
do.
That's not a stretch. I think that has been thoroughly established. Malignant hasn't really had people, but the Mark have.
he does now.
And, he does now.
Do you want to do something?
Yeah, I
Eric?
was gonna say, do you want me to punch on Adam for a little bit?
I think let me do some more work, and then he can
Sure.
come in.
I mean,
As
the marked are mercenaries, so
yeah, perfectly acceptable, understandable that the Dragonfane contacted more mercenaries.
And like these two groups have done work with each other in the past, like such as
Yeah.
like fighting Corvair.
Yeah.
then it's in. So yeah, prior, occupant of the body.
All right. William's attack would then be another 9 dice. 444, double 2.
Yeah, and you're still attacking Might. They'll just have to take that
Yep.
hit to the chin. Slam and a crunch. Might is not their strong suit. So just...
I expect as much. And then we're gonna go again.
Oh.
10.
You give them
5.
another slap to the chin. Yeah. They're not going to try to stop that.
And then we're gonna go again.
They just need to turtle. Okay. And Benignus is acting here himself, right?
Oh yeah.
Having dragon flying around, burning down things.
I mean, he'll try to be selective about his
All right.
targets.
Their might has been reduced to temporary 0. Future damage here will be permanent.
All right. How do I actually destroy them? I guess I now attack sovereignty.
You need to reduce 2 stats permanently to 0.
Yeah, their might's only temporarily been reduced to 0.
Oh, permanently to 0. Okay.
Then they basically don't recover it next year, and then if they have 2 stats on 0, one of which is either territory or sovereignty, then they cannot exist and function as a faction. Basically, they will be too broken and unable to do things.
Okay, then we're gonna.
Just hunt down and kill more people.
I guess we're gonna actually switch to territory here
All
for a
right.
bit.
Smash their hideout. Such they don't have a great amount of that either.
Yeah, open up the way for the market here to deliver the final blows.
Much as they did to the Zentarum.
Mm-hmm.
So
true.
I'm down to how many dice? 6. Double 6.
So that's one less than my maximum. Before the Yellow
Will
Forces.
they try to defend? No, I don't think so. Not against this. But I think the guard. No, they can't really use them anymore. That's already spent. Oh, they're gonna have to just take it. Oh, that's a easy blow. I will warn you now. As the Mark are sailing up this river, they have to pass the Church of Bane
Oh,
here.
no. Oh no, I specified we are not sailing.
Okay, all right,
Which
We're
is why
walking.
it'll take us longer to get there.
sure.
Okay,
Nope.
We're taking the road to Desir and then hiking.
Yeah, we're not.
Arriving a bit later in the year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I think we got one more attack in us here, which will be against Might. It doesn't really make a difference. I guess Might definitely sticks, while Territory doesn't.
Might would definitely stick.
So yeah, 5 dice against Might. Double 8s.
Double 8s will do it. They have permanently lost a point of might.
Alright,
You've been
and
smashing
then
and killing their recruiting structures and their manpower pool. Associated gangs and whatnot, you know.
And then the Fane is spent for the year, really.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, it was a good fight. marked? Do you want to act or?
Yes. I do want to act.
Because the guard here are going to, while you're marching and such, they're going to try to.
I mean, when
bring a couple
Lignev
more
made
people
it
here.
here with dwarves, if I sat there at the same time,
Yeah.
surely it won't take me that much longer.
No. So
What,
what's
what's
your
that
move?
roll for?
That was just for the guard trying to get some semblance of structure back after being trampled with dinosaurs.
Oh, okay.
What a sight, I'm
'Cause
sure.
This is very disorderly. What's happening here? Yeah. In fact, the Rippers are beginning to get blood on the teeth here too. I mean, they could take over the network. That'd be quite something.
That would be terrible. Yeah. We'll do my stuff now. Because I had recently gotten an asset that I have not gotten to use yet.
Okay.
Which is that I can gather forces from the mountains.
Yeah, lots of goblins, hobgoblins, ogres,
So
all
many.
that good stuff.
Leading swarms of like these hill creatures.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Westgate.
this looks like mercenaries because it is.
Yeah, I mean, you put a tabard on them, right? Now it's a marked ogre. Spit some
It's
acid.
You
in
know?
the
the black banner host.
Yeah,
Oh.
and
yeah.
they'll raise might with territory and influence.
Sovereignty has to be
Sovereignty,
one
yes.
instead.
Yeah, so that would be 7 dice. And we do it.
Yeah. Get rid of throw goblins at the problem.
Remember to edit the right token here and need to remove my dragon.
Call on Sticky Bird to send some of his people. He's the de facto leader of these mountains somehow. He knows that Westgate is an important place. It's never been.
It is. We should establish a foothold there. It's absolutely correct.
What
Yeah,
help with
and
that is
we'll do it again.
hundreds of goblins. Yeah.
Oh no. There are more troops. There are no more troops.
Goblins follow along, but get lost on the
Yeah.
way.
Sort of went to the wrong
That's not
city.
nice.
Tried to march into Tizir and
Yeah.
just
It was the exact thing that Cazelle didn't want to happen, which is why she didn't want to bring the damn things with her.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, we'll start then. Attacking. We wanted the territory. Yeah.
You can do that. Any damage you deal to their might would be permanent. They haven't had
Yeah.
any other stats, so theirs reduced to 0. And it's not above the mark to just kill people as they did to the Centauro.
oh the
Yeah, I
keywords
think
is
might 2 permanent 0 first, and then territory.
Basically, like leave them potentially dead in the
Yes.
water for any other faction to step in.
They'll definitely be in attack on their might then. Double 7, double 4.
Yeah, you smash in. I mean, at this point, it's easy, right? They've already been stomped by dinosaurs and lizard folk and engineering dwarves. People just keep away from the places they live, which makes it easy to find them because no one wants to be collateral. Yeah, you deal the damage too.
Good. Let's do it again. Hopefully.
Triple force. Yeah. You'll reduce their
pretty good.
might permanently to 0.
Triple 4.
They will recruit 0 people. So they're military people. They have no weapons. They have no dedicated soldiers or bruisers. They're
And I suppose again.
well, not might anymore. There's no more might to bash.
I would suppose so. Manikai hasn't said that they're permanently 0.
I have, yeah.
Hasn't said anything.
0. Cannot hear me? Hello?
Manikai!
Hello? Why can't they hear me?
Yeah, no, right? Like, no,
Stream, can you hear me?
wait.
We'll know if the server gets disconnected.
What?
I guess we could check to see
Hello?
whether the stream's gone down.
Hello?
No, it's still up.
Oh, stream can hear me, man. I don't know what you guys talk about. That's weird. It's very weird. Hello? Hello? Well, stream, I suppose I will just restart my Discord and we'll see if
Oh,
that
there you
helps.
go.
Oh, I'm here. I'm
Oh.
back now? Yeah.
Hello.
Oh,
Yes.
hello.
No. I don't know why you guys couldn't hear me. I could hear you perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
as
there's a
I
mystery.
said, their might is permanently 0, so there's no
Oh.
point in continuing to stab their might now.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
you did it, and that's why I thought, I don't know, man. That's weird.
all right. It's the Black Network. They didn't want they didn't want us to know.
Yeah.
You could go after their territory now, Ari, and potentially like you might be setting them up for then you like prod like Kazel, like in and like to maybe finish the job. Because territory or sovereignty had to be permanently reduced to 0, and their territory isn't much. I presume it's better than it's worse than their sovereignty.
Yeah, I think
Their
their
sovereignty's pretty
sovereignty
good.
Yeah,
is good. Yeah.
yeah. So if you break the rest of their shit, and if you can't finish the job, prod your hobgoblin vampire like contact there. Take care of the rest.
I do think it's fair for them to get a chance to counterattack you a little bit, though. Because they're not just sitting idle taking punches, they're also going to try to act against you. Now, they learned something about Dragonfane. Dragonfane didn't care enough for them to stop, but they have more immediate problems right now than Dragonfane. That is the mark. They had to kill him. So they're going to try to do a one of these what are they called? Warfare, unconventional warfare situations. Now we know they don't have might, so they're gonna have to rely on what remains of their influence for this. Isn't fantastic, but they'll try to target the might here, basically trying to assassinate a couple of generals or something of the might, and fail. So that's good. That's great.
I was going to offer to defend with might and sovereignty, but it doesn't look like
Try
I do.
again.
Too.
No, that's basically the same roll. Can't even ask adventurers to help in that one. So okay, yeah, there's a couple of assassination attempts. They fail.
I'm gonna say they assassinate some goblins, but nothing happens. Like
Goblin commander's dead, my lord. God, goblins? What? Another
the
couple have risen.
overcommand. Like, what are you talking about?
The goblins
You
are fighting
stupid
amongst
little
themselves.
dog.
They always were.
My liege, we've done it.
Westgate merely adopted the Guild War. The goblins lived that stuff.
Yes. No, no.
Well, back to you then.
Yes. Well, I
There's
don't
not,
have a lot of dice left, but I mean, I
Yeah,
have
neither
some.
do they.
They will attack territory, I suppose.
Oh, well, that's success. They're gonna call on the guard here to try to stop and arrest you. Which fails. It's a good attempt, though.
I
The
know the
marks know
guard.
this city too well.
Yeah, you already paid those guys off.
It's like, come
All
on.
right, yeah, you smash one of the layers
Look,
up.
how's
Their
the wife, you know?
territory is now temporary 0.
Oh. It's very tasty.
Yeah. And I think the Night Masks here will actually step in and act on their own even. They don't need you to tell them that this is a good opportunity for them, because you can actually take territory permanently if you don't have much, and they don't have much. So,
Yeah.
So they're going to try to jump in here and do their thing. Oh, look at that.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, go for
They
it.
do. They raid. They grab a piece of territory. And I mean, right now they're also sort of poor. So they're gonna try to attack to raid some money from the Black. So that could actually keep them going if they can succeed at it. They do. Wow. mean, that's impressive,
that?
right?
Yeah.
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 Hey.
Freaking vampires. Little they have.
The night masks arise again.
They're gonna try that again. Aw. They don't manage to get away with enough. And they're pretty much spent. They'll try to call in a couple favors, raise their might again.
Hey, I appreciate
Pretty much spent.
the
They did.
enthusiasm.
They did more than most people of their size would. They have might, but they don't really have much else than that. Now they have a little bit of territory too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Not
I
bad.
suppose.
Do you want to go? Because the Rippers also want to go.
Yes, I want to go.
They want to absorb the Black Network.
No.
Learn what they know.
Well,
No.
they won't be able to gain the influence.
No. They get territory.
The
They'll
territory.
attack their,
Hmm.
their territory. Oof, and fail.
Yeah.
Ow.
When you're full of dice, you can try again.
Hmm?
Well, dice is pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Yes, a lot of dice.
Who's really gonna punish you, right? Looks at Red and Seer. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, there is. Of course, there is one option here. That is that. See, until now, Visegatrix hasn't acted. You know, she's a busy dragon. She has other things to do.
I get you.
But I mean, they're so close, and then all their problems could temporarily be solved into other people are there. So yeah, we'll attack again, and this time Visegatrix will. She destroyed. Split up the faction they were with before, and she'll do it to those guys too.
All right.
She schismed the Zentarum once.
You do another damage.
That's not a permanent territory gain, right, for the marked, because the marked have...
No, at this point it would be the same.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
But do you want to keep attacking?
Yes. I
Then do
do.
it. Let's see it. It's very close now, but I can see most of you are pretty taxed. Double threes. Guard will try to defend against that. Double eights.
Ah!
Should have counterattacked. The guard usually doesn't counterattack, right? They're just getting you away.
All right. I guess the Fane will go again. We still have dice.
All right.
We still have 4 dice. No. You know what? Those adventurers, right?
All right. Adventurous, you say. Okay, but you do know that that always comes with a cost.
You know what? I accept.
And the most obvious in this case is that they learn about the information.
I mean,
No.
if we don't destroy the back network, worse people are gonna learn that.
I can try and gather more forces.
No, this is a great storytelling. Was who knows what adventurers could do with that information?
Yeah, I sort of want it to happen, even though it's terrible.
All right. So basically, he looks around, and what does a one like? These are the crappiest, lousiest fake adventurers that It's a guy with like a book. It's a cookbook, but he's like, I'm a wizard. I'm definitely a wizard, guys.
I remember these faker adventurers.
Yeah,
it's
a
these
fake
guys.
warlock.
What damage could they possibly do with that very
The
sensitive
lousiest,
information?
crappiest adventurers. But turns out all you needed was just a little bit of distraction, right? Someone somewhere who ends up, as they do, taking over this bit of territory from the Black Network, the last bit of territory. And suddenly these guys sit with their with pockets full of all the secrets of the freaking Black Network, right? Their bucket helmets and whatnot. So the Black Network are now permanently no might, no territory. They have no people and they have no base. Of course, they're not destroyed, but they are. The cell in Westgate is gone. Black Network, you certainly made an enemy of them. They are a powerful international faction. Then again, they're also pragmatic.
I'm gonna say
And
add it to
most
the fucking
importantly,
list.
they don't have a clock on our map
Yet.
yet.
Here's the Black Network clock, everyone.
Put that here.
Uh,
That's a second win for the adventurers. As they establish an adventurers guild in Westgate. Wow.
the Night Mask established territory.
They now
there.
have a
adventurers.
I can't
trade
wait for that
post
to bite my
people
ass.
a trade post surrounded by savage beasts in a place with no trade where people mysteriously disappear at night, and an old lair of a criminal network now controlled by adventurers. So we're a step closer to a mighty hero rising up. It's all logical expansion there.
Chaotic City sounds like the best place for adventurers to really have a chance of rising up.
So
the
you can
guard,
make a
as
whole
it turns out,
campaign in
still
Westgate.
find. You know what? You say that, Sheep, but you don't want to be an enemy of the city guard while living in Westgate. It'll make your life really bad. And adventurers hate that whole, like, oh, hi, you have to pay me money for nothing, because I'm a mean guard. I'm going to take your sword, your magic sword. It's a nice sword, now it's my sword. Adventurers don't like that, so, I'm sure they will get into all sorts of trouble.
You've empowered an entire adventure path with it.
Having been adventurers, I feel like
It's called like the Ravens of Westgate. It's about
how to make
how you start building up a guild after somehow accidentally gaining access to this trove of secret information from the Black Network, right? And then later on, the Black Network's going to come back, and you're going to have to like defend it from them. And there's a whole thing with a dragon or some other story going in the background. It's
Beautiful.
what a time.
I want to say they just read it like fan fiction. They're like, oh my god, this is the best.
Yeah, you accomplished your goal. Pretty hard goal too. I mean, looking at your factions, you have a little bit more in you here and there. That said, maybe it's good you didn't also attack Cormia this
year.
Yeah. The Verdant Eclipse certainly did have more. Their sovereignty is still full, but the Green Dragon was only to serve as a distraction piece there, rather than.
Yeah, the Church of Bane might have stepped out, but honestly, it's not like the Black Knight really served them as much as were aligned with their goals. The Thayans are like, maybe their time had come. They clearly didn't really get us the information that they wanted. They sold it to someone else. Maybe this is okay. Gives them a more prominent position in the city, I feel like they're sort of one of the biggest deals about.
Yeah, they can clearly turn to other people for their information needs.
Yeah. Well, that is sort of annoying, but what are you gonna do? They need to look to the sea. I like the Black Network at diverse.
Yeah. That's probably not a problem for them.
Well, as a matter of fact, we'll see what they do when we get around to their faction.
Yeah. I guess you could go commence with the time clock now, the initiative.
Because they actually start. And their actions might have been very different if things hadn't been happening. But a lot of things have been happening regarding them. And I think right now their action is going to be to try to investigate these Aboleth situation in Westgate. So I'll try to do that. Of course, there's some difficulty to it, but not too much, because there is an entity here that wants them to know about the Aboleth problem. Okay. Right. A little bit of effort, but I put full might to it. Yeah. As we can see, a little cutscene probably of some Thayan waking up confused in his compound, having had a weird dream about a melting dwarf. You know, they have managed to find contact with the thing below Westgate, putting them a step closer to figuring out what is going on with these animals.
I know how much any entities full of magic would want to be around such a thing.
Yeah, it's like, okay, this is a giant. What? Okay, something's going on here. So,
Excuse me?
I'm
That could be-
definitely like
that
we
could be
take
very
long distance
problematic.
call.
Yeah. Like
I
out of
mean,
vision of
they
what?
certainly don't know the way down there at the moment. It's, like Westgate has many tunnels under it. All right. They're happy with that though. They don't need to expand any further right now. Things are going well for them. Cormier is fighting in the north. They will continue to assault the Shadowvar because they know they are running out of time here. Beautiful. And that is not. It's being pushed back as the Radiant Host is making gains. Zambia, there's still the coalition doing things now. This fleet of Umberlee has not really manifested the threat on sea yet, though certainly Sempia is still readying to resume the full war with Cormier, given that if the coalition can't intercede because ship travel is shut down, then Cormier would be in dire straits. Hence, they're really pushing this northern angle. All their attention is focused up there to try to better the situation before things get. The Red Banner host, this is okay. Things have been worse. Somehow. They're happy down here. No one really hires them right now. There's this situation down. We'll go find out what's going on. Try to make friends with someone who might stir things up. Then we've got the fleet of Umberlee. We'll make landfall in Westgate. And
I'm glad we could make room for their token.
yeah, I know, right? There will be a demand, basically. Now is the time to have paid up. If you haven't paid up, then either you leave the city and flee far inland, or you're going to have to die.
So glad I paid.
That is simply how that works now. Beyond that, the Chosen of Umberlee will walk upon the streets. With him, wherever he walks, water begins to seep up from the underground as the sea follows him even on land. For this foreseeable future, it will be dark skies and rain in Westgate. For as long as this fleet token is here, it is raining. Which of course means that any sort of tunnels and such are going to be begin being filled with water, because after 2 weeks of continuous rain, whatever drainage systems and such are going to be at capacity. Right?
Oh man.
Wood begins to rot. Metal begins to... Somehow it's saltwater rain, so metal begins to really have a tough time not just rusting. And that is apparently going to continue until everyone in the city has paid or is dead. Now, there are people here who don't have gold, and certainly not a lot of people are stepping up to paid for them. Beyond that, though, the Chosen will inform them that until this is done, the radius of this rain will spread, and anyone who lives in that area will also be included. She has time, but Umberlee will be respected. Will have her pay.
Well, good thing you moved out, eh?
You're right. I was like, maybe I should move back, and then I looked like I was like, yeah, Westgate does see the crowd, and I looked, and I was like, no, wait a minute.
You're like, I like water, and then you think about it and go,
Yeah, see, the water doesn't follow me around, so
How much water is too much water?
yeah, like
I understand what it's like to be rained on continually for several days straight. It's happened to me.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Westgate is a harbor city, so the water can easily flow into the sea. But
I received 6/10 of a meter of rain over the span of several days some years back.
mhm.
I get it. Completely terraformed the landscape where I live.
Oh, yeah.
Irreparable damage.
Mud
And it's just
Mm.
constantly happening in Westgate.
for a year or more. Like, most of Westgate is built of wood, right? So it's a problem. It's a real problem. And the people there are, I mean, certainly it is, I mean, at the end of this year, you will have people stalking through the streets looking for those who haven't been able to pay to basically bring them to the fleet of Umberlee to throw them in the sea, right? To try to fix this. Essentially making the fleet of Umberlee conscript just random people who want the rain to stop
yeah.
into their sort of sacrificial killers. Even Getra gets annoyed at this amount of rain.
Oh no, he lives underground.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. Everything's wet. You know, that's sucks. And you know how he gets. He paid, and he doesn't like this collective punishment thing.
Punishment.
Oh
So
no!
he's unhappy. And if you hear from him, it is grumblingly unhappiness. He doesn't like this rain. He'd like it to stop, and it's not stopping. And his people are trying to keep him happy and amused and dry, but it's getting harder and harder because there just isn't dry stuff anymore. Yeah, I don't know what you want to do with that, but there you have it. The Black Network, I will need to mark as currently inactive.
Just
It would have
gotta
to
find
turn
a
now.
magic raincoat for the big beholder.
Fit the
Tizir,
numerous eye stalks.
That'll make him
Tizir
like me.
announces that they will hold a festival to Umberlee, celebrating sea and maritime travel. You know, they're very happy to appreciate Umberlee and certainly to remind everyone that it is a harbor town, port town, and though they haven't been that good at keeping up after Cormia took over, you know, it's important that sailors have their respect too. And a day will be known as Umberlee's Day, more than she normally has, you know. It's pretty obvious they're seeing what's happening in Westgate and trying to take steps to make
Well,
sure
too
that
bad for them. If people don't pay here, it might just grow to them too.
It's a radius thing, right? So it takes a while for it to sort of. It's a lot of hexes between them and there. You know, hopefully, Westgate will solve it.
There's consumption.
You know, it's like how much rain could possibly. I mean, they couldn't cover the whole region, right?
Yeah, you surely couldn't
Why is that-
overpower what Char's done.
I mean, a chosen couldn't.
Yeah.
Cover everything in rain. Several nations. It seems crazy. But we'll see, I suppose, how that develops. It's host. You know, there's still a big fire monster there. Maybe rain will help. Maybe we could rain on the Spirit of Companion. Dan doesn't know. Dan doesn't really care about weather, water. Doesn't relate much to what he's about. I think we'll just say that he skips his turn and nothing particular for him to do. He's done that a lot recently, but that's because he lives in a place and isn't really utilized by anyone. He's happy to do his thing.
I mean, he keeps moving every time he is in a place where other people are. So,
Well, yeah, he doesn't want to fight, really.
which I mean, the Black Dragon gets. Like that's what. It's basically like popping in whiskey. No, it's too much trouble.
All right, we have Nathlik. There's no sign of these enemies. They still would like the city to the south, but that problem seems to sort of be solving itself pretty well. They will continue to build up their city's strength and resources. A very smart person might begin building up their influence, but they actually don't. The Jade Dragon faction here doesn't really appreciate too many outside ideas coming in. They think their traditions are somewhat important. So
It turns out it's not something they care about.
yeah, they're not gonna begin doing that for a while. And when they do, it's gonna be like to stop people from infiltrating them. Yeah. All right, Angla Spark. I think he's happy to just hang out for now too. Yeah. Leading us to the Emerald Enclave, who are going to a meeting.
Yeah. The meeting I thought that would be this session will instead be next session.
Yeah, seems so. Like that's happened last time too.
It did.
Yeah.
We did stuff in Westgate, I suppose.
Yeah. Probably for the best that way it got delayed, considering what we took care of today.
Yeah.
It seemed to.
Had to remember how to roleplay my character.
So extended break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, next time we will get to see Cindermoon at the and there's even like a little talk with the Rios Fire Shield that might come up. Yeah, we'll be opening in at the Pools of Despair. See what
That's nice.
See,
What a
she
name.
seems like such a nice lady. You know.
see what is prepared to show the Emerald
Yep.
Enclave.
All right.
Her mission statement.
That's right. The mission statement. The objective.
All right. Today we have completed 2 goals. We've missed the Thean expedition to reduce their progress, and we have banished
Yes.
the Black Network
Hey,
from
well
the region.
done.
So those are things that have happened. Beyond that, we did a skill challenge. Collective.
Speaking of goals, how much time does it take for Valignov to look at modes?
You can look at a moat.
I want to look at more
Try.
modes. Otherwise, this will not
Let's see if
ever
we can do
happen.
it. Let's do it.
You know, as like he comes back home in the fall.
Sadly,
Not gonna do
he can't spend the time. He's too busy to really get a good look.
Of course.
We used all the great rolls though in acing that check.
Yeah,
Skill
we
challenge.
didn't roll lower than a 12.
He
which
does.
is
He does. However, as
incredible.
he's been spending a lot of time there.
No kidding.
Yeah, and
Should it?
And as he does, he keeps seeing harpies, right? I think maybe that's something for next time. I'll put the tokens in something. Just to have a bit of an interaction with some of the locals.
Maybe they can find a
They
good
might be able
boat.
to hinder or help. Who knows?
RP Bloodweight, like, yeah, this red dragon has been showing up here repeatedly.
Yeah.
How many
they
years?
they have disengaged whenever, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna stop. So. You know.
Is there a way we could help you so that you stop coming around here, oh mighty dragon?
There might be a solution or something.
Yeah.
Just, you know, something might have. Nothing else, just to make contact. I know that they're there.
You know,
I do
can
like
personally help
solutions.
them. I do really advocate for flying minions, especially because they cast out the Spellscarred ones. They're really good.
They didn't like him.
You know, if they can find me good modes, then I'm all for it.
That's right. If only they were closer to me. They're so far.
I need harpies of industry.
Industrial harpy. That's
I
what we.
Private harpies. That's what I'm talking about.
Industrial strength harpies.
Yeah. Yeah. Got that misleads Thayan expedition goal. Woo! I got it open goal slot.
Yeah. We did.
And that integrating one could be coming up.
It certainly could. We're
Or
running up against it. All right, that's a good amount of XP here. We're getting terribly close to our epic level.
All right.
Like
Well,
it,
we gotta.
After which things will begin to really kick into gear, right?
I feel
Yeah.
like a lot of the players are already on the board here.
Suddenly we're opening a whole new can of worms.
Oh no. Sheep, you hear there's more problem?
I mean, there's never not more problems.
I know,
It's too
right?
expensive.
I felt this way when we had to deal with that bastard Phalor. Lord
least
of
now
Winter
they're-
Vipers.
Looking into aboleths, you know.
I mean,
Yeah.
We stole his winter pipe, so
I did. I
Wait a
asked you
minute.
whether I could snatch them and then ate them.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Mhm.
Lodestone lore.
we didn't
Man,
get to pipe. His winter pipe.
since the Ogmites told me that would be a bad idea.
Mhm.
Or was it the fairies that live there? No matter.
A little bit of both,
Oh.
maybe.
Yeah, they're
But we
all
only
dead.
have to deal with one kind of thing, not Fey 2. You know,
That's
so-
right.
We're just missing the PHEY.
Yes, Thayans, please look into the aberrations. Yes, it's a good
Yeah.
idea.
We are looking into aberrations.
Although there's an alternate reality where if they somehow find a way to purge what's down there and find that gate going, how'd this get here?
And that is a thing. You should imagine happening. Yeah. Does it put a gate down here? Huh?
Anyone want
That's
to
interesting.
go? Yeah, you guys want to risk going through? They go through. Oh God!
Let's use identify portal. Find out where this goes.
Yeah, they get the coordinates. Where?
Serpent Valley. It's just a rock slide there.
Yeah.
That was that place the
Hey,
princess
that's not where
disappeared.
that portal goes. I should know.
Yeah. All of these other things disappeared in this region.
I haven't forgotten that either. But aboleths are somewhat of a credible, reason.
I mean, they have been showing up a lot.
Yeah.
And it would. Yeah.
Also, apparently, they really like blue fire.
It would be something the Red Wizards would be concerned about.
Like, hey, these guys are advocating for magic destroying flames. That
And now
seems like a
suddenly you
bad
have
idea.
the Red Wizard Alliance of the Fleet of Umberlee. Who knew that would happen?
Yeah. They joined forces to destroy aberrations, which I, for one, firmly advocate.
Yeah. Well, good job. I wasn't sure you were going
Yeah.
to do it with that. The Black Network. They had quite a few resources. But, we
They're
just stuck
close.
them where they were weakest.
So I was ready to tap myself completely, but that's never a good feeling.
It's really not. I was considering trying to expand like my industrial prospects here first, so I have more resources to draw on. But then that would have taken so much time.
Good on you, Sheik, by the way, for getting all these justifiable ways to improve your sovereignty after constantly dropping
I
it.
know. I've been like, what the fuck, man?
He somehow got it back up to 3 again through shenanigans.
You know, I
It,
believe
it was to be fair,
Every
in the
time.
past it wasn't 2 for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like I firmly understand, like, the Thunderhome is, like, there's a great cause for celebration, so I don't,
Oh yeah, so
I don't
serious.
begrudge
It makes sense.
like, beating up the lizard folk was another cause for celebration.
Victory. Yeah.
Yeah, Tizia is going to be the next one.
Industrial
I don't-
expansion. Wow.
Will it be? I don't know whether to see, like... Is it that noteworthy?
I mean, just need a good PR department, right?
Mm.
Hmm.
What would you even do with the Tizier land, though?
I
Just
would,
like a curiosity, given like the whole sea thing. If you're gonna beat them up during their festivals to Umberlee.
I mean, probably not during the festivals. The main goal is to remove Cormyrean influence.
Okay.
Ideally, I would want to get the city to surrender, basically, and then just leave it alone once Cormyr has retreated, basically.
Okay.
You give an ultimatum of either you kick out all Cormyrean influence, and basically, if I ever see you even talk to Cormyreans again, I'm gonna burn down the city properly. But if you don't, you're fine.
As all these like frantic, like unpowered full people like look terrified at each other, wondering how they're going to oust the Cormyreans.
I mean, alternatively, they could, of course, swear complete fealty to Veliknev, but that's got to come from them. You know, they got to show initiative.
The current rulers, the current council there is made up of veterans from the Wasted Wheat back in the day, who were refugees. You know, it's a much more egalitarian place than it used to be.
Yeah.
Ilmata
Yeah.
was one of the deities there. That was the Lord of Suffering. Ilmata.
So, Sheep, you think Velignith would continue to like pursue the path of beating up Cormyr,
I think
like in the
so.
immediate future? Okay.
It was my plan before this whole Westgate deal.
Of course.
Just to make sure they don't get too much influence while they're distracted and off. And now that Sevrius wants to actually move against Cormyr, I'm all for it. I'm okay with Sevrius getting more power as long as he stays north.
That's what dragons do. They get satisfied.
I mean, sure, but
I was gonna say, but Cicatrix is not. She's not
Okay.
gonna help that.
Like
So-
there is a strong disagreement there between your two characters.
Like,
I am here
no.
for it.
I mean, as a player, I agree that Sevrius should be removed immediately, and every other Black Dragon, excluding the Cicatrix and maybe Zephyrston, should be removed as well because they can do nothing other than backstab and are terrible to deal with.
Literally what they want.
But you know, Velignev's goal is that dragons rule over places, and Sevrius is a dragon that wants to rule over the place. So that's basically what he wants. It's not going to end there, obviously, but it's not like Velignev's end goal is a utopia where everyone lives in peace.
Of course not. Someone who follows the goddess's drive.
Yeah. No, of course
No,
the thing
oh,
he's working
damn,
towards is a
yeah.
bad idea.
Yeah. No,
That's-
damn, dragons are gonna fight each other
That's the point.
after they beat up everyone else. Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be peace for the underlings and such because the conflict happens at the management level.
No.
Yeah, that's
That's not how
exactly.
that
I mean, that's the aspiration from what.
Yeah.
A
These
gentleman's
motherfucking black
argument.
That's
between management.
that's not how that works.
That's
Sevrius
what's
would
right.
definitely send small dragons to do his dirty work.
Yeah, Anglo Spark.
Yeah. Well, he uses them in war. You know, they're his
Yeah.
No,
generals.
yes, he also had no.
You know, if I had smaller dragons to boss around, I would too. It just so happens
yes,
that
of course.
I'm only halfway to adulthood, and it's difficult to find dragons younger than me in my area.
You know. Generally, I mean, young dragons try to be a little solitary until they grow up enough that they can sort of.
Just trying to get
No.
old, man. Just trying to get old.
Start out with a Cult of the Dragon.
Yeah, that's what
Build
Sevrius
up that
says.
community rep.
He's going to teach you to be a survivor, and then you'll grow old, and that's the goal, right? So, just that he will always be bigger than you.
I only heard truth there.
Yeah,
It would
it's
be
true.
difficult to catch up in age.
Yeah.
What if you put the dragon in suspended animation somehow
A hyperbolic time chamber.
and prevent the dragon
Oh,
from
no.
aging so that you could catch up?
You time stop him enough times. Eventually, you.
All right. Good work reuniting for today, everyone.
Hey,
Yeah.
Knocked the rust
We
off and we
made
got
it.
some shit done.
Yeah.
Next week, I'm gonna potentially get murdered by an epic tier character. It's gonna be fun.
We'll see. We'll see how things go, right?
Yep, this is gonna be my closest, like, most provocative, like, interaction I've had.
hey.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
wait until it
curious
tells
what's gonna
Everest he
happen
can go
there.
fuck himself. You know, it'll be
Yeah, like obviously, what happened today could very well have gone like
like
where the Black Dragon's like, okay, I'm taking the 90% here because I can't have you insult me in front of everyone like this.
We played it smart, right?
We sure did.
Gave him a stroke to the ego. That's
Yeah,
important.
how about that? A Black Dragon who has mastered fire.
Hmm.
Is it just smoke? Wink.
I mean, I'm assuming he's doing something
Hey.
similar as with the Orb of Storms, that he has some sort of artifact.
or
Yeah.
artifacts. Like he has
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah, maybe it's all just manufactured reputation though. Black Dragons totally wouldn't like spread like rumors about themselves.
Lies.
I'd spread rumors about myself to show how more powerful I am. I got a cool like piece of art from the Thayans, guys.
Hmm.
Made by some fucking barbarians that got crushed.
Yeah, the Feyends are definitely good at giving gifts. Like when that Feyen Lich showed up the first time with like a super expensive statue,
Yeah.
I was so sad that we could not be friends.
isn't it the saddest to be finally play evil, finally, and then you're still against hell and they. No. I want to deal with you. You're so sensible if I just don't care about morals. You know?
I want to befriend you, but we are antithetical.
It's almost like it would be too easy if it wasn't.
Just joins
No.
as Tam.
Yeah. it's
Nothing
like,
with
yeah.
hell is easy.
I don't know. Dealing with these forces have a tendency to just make what you want. You know, if what you want is what they want, then you're good. But if that begins to diverge, then
Oh, but
Yeah.
that's even more the truth now.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Except
it
we
was
don't
diverged
benefit.
from the beginning of the campaign.
mhm.
All
Yeah,
right.
well, I mean, the Harpers weren't going to do a ritual to steal
Yeah.
the souls of dragons,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, before I hang up though and say farewell, the fucking adventurer die. That one.
Yeah.
It ended up mattering, yeah.
Fake warlock cultists.
Yeah, but
Chose
they
his
got a
colours
win for
again.
one. I mean,
All right. I'm glad the adventurers could get back into this somehow. Glad the adventurers somehow possess incredible secrets that could be potentially harmful.
oh yes, very damning for the dragon to have the Thayan Lich captured in its basement. Oh, what are we gonna do with that? I don't know what adventurers would do with that.
We're gonna win favor from the Lich by
What if
springing
we
it free from the
Free
Dragon
it.
Fane.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I mean,
Next time we have a rest, we're gonna send a group of adventurers to Dragon Fane too.
Yeah, not to
Lich.
steal treasure from the dragon, but to spring the Lich.
That
Who
sounds
should
even
reward
harder,
them.
actually.
I think that would actually make for a great like campaign premise. Like in the middle of a semi guild war, a group of basically level 1 dudes just happen to strike the final blow against like the local cell of the Black Network, discovering a terrible secret, and things spin out of control from there.
Now try to exploit that secret and see what
Yeah.
happens. Right? Involved in a dragon's evil machinations to control the world.
Yeah. Do you immediately just sell the secret? But could it be verified? Like, could you get something more from it?
Mhm. Also, someone knows you have it, and they don't want
Yeah.
you to. But you can
Exactly.
unlearn it.
Like, here's the thing, like, the fans are evil and pragmatic. Like, if you just sold them all the information you had, then why would they pay you? They would have no further use of you. You're shitty.
Yeah.
They turned you into zombies or whatever.
They're not above it. Yeah, they're not lawful.
Yeah.
No.
It's like, oh, you gave us everything of value, and we see that we could get nothing further of value from you. Well, are we going to pay you?
You get
Yeah.
one thing
No,
of
there
value.
is- Yeah, there is one thing I don't have. Then they make you into a zombie.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, there's a story there. Whether it's worth telling in this story, I don't know, but there's
That's,
something there.
That's how we know we're doing Dragons right? It's when you can imagine the heroes being player characters, dealing with the weird crap we design or create
guess-
with our.
Even just imagine trying to loot a dragon, and then suddenly you open a door and there's like a ditch. Like, what? Oh,
We're just stuck in a
What?
bunch of circles. He's like, oh, just come a little closer. I can only whisper as he glances down to the circle around him.
God, that is something from a fucking. That is such an adventure. Like, you go into like the dungeon room. There's a
like,
fucking
oh no,
imprisoned.
we'll rescue the wizard, and then it's a Thayan fucking bitch.
Like scrambles to grab it. It's been years. Head falls
then he
off.
turns
He's a
you into
demi-lich.
zombies.
Hasn't been able to move. It's like, just break the circle. Come on.
Right. Yeah, like as the adventures. Do you break the circle holding him in exchange
Let's
for the
negotiate.
power?
Don't go. I'll give you
I've seen
anything.
I've seen this before with demons.
So have I. There was a demi-lich in a box, and we're the wicked. It's basically that. Like, break the box. Come on.
I
And
just-
we did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that went well.
The adventure ends
And it turned out
with you being
great.
turned into a zombie. Wow.
So,
You know,
Alright.
the next campaign you play the sibling that lost their whole their family to, you know, the evil Thayan Lich that turned them into a zombie.
Alright. I'm out of here, folks. Enjoy to get some rest, especially you, Ari.
Yeah.
See you all next week for Choices and Consequences.
Oh no.
Forest Edition.
I don't like that.
I'm gonna become a shadow dragon now.
All right. Good night.
yeah, good
Right.
night. Thanks for playing. And that'll be a thank you for watching to you, stream and recording. If I can't just transfer this thing straight up, I'll probably send it over tomorrow, as I usually do while playing Warhammer with Rahal. So, yeah, I hope you had fun. This thing will be here for 14 days, nothing else on YouTube. So, goodbye and good night.